All right, everybody, welcome. This is a much awaited conversation about the data centers that seem to be taking over everything, just about everywhere. Now, I'm on the fence about the data centers. I think, of course, they're useful in a lot of ways. I mean, we're using data centers right now on social media, but it also needs to be done responsibly in a way that doesn't devastate life for humans in our own country, right? And there are already examples of humans losing out to AI and data centers for water consumption and extra. We'll get into that in a minute, but after it got brought up the other day, there was a lot, and I mean, there have been a lot of protests about data centers in the last year. I had no idea it was such a prevalent issue. I mean, I knew it was an issue, but I didn't know exactly how fast this movement was growing. So we're gonna get into that in just a minute. How's it going, Harmony? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's going great. I'm excited for this topic. It seems to be really interesting. So thanks for
A
having me. Go
lot of
ahead.
interest in this particular topic. A lot of interest for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of rumors about data centers, what they're really about, what they're really doing with them, etc. And I think it's important that we get to the facts. We don't just fear monger. We'll talk about the pros, we'll talk about the cons, and we'll talk about the risk to the people, which is always should be number one in the United States, at least. What do they want to do in other countries is their business, but over here, we always have to make sure that our people are paramount. So, all right, with that being said, we'll get some music going and go from there. Repost the space, everybody. Please, bottom right corner, share and like our YouTube channel. Thank you.
He don't talk unless the proof is in the lines. Receipts in the folder, coded truth in these rhymes. Power play chess, moving pawns through the blind. But a diligent denizen sees designs in the signs. They disguise what they hide, he just shows how it's shaped. Every source double check, never roll with the fakes. In this world full of wolves, he's exposing the snakes. Document every whisper, got the quotes and the dates. He don't chase what they post, he investigates where it stems. Paper trails never lie, follows links to the end. Truth is power, it bends, but yet it always defends. What's verified never shakes, even lost in the trends. So when he speaks, it's a lens, not a rumor or a vibe. He cuts through the noise, pulls the proof from the lies. This is for the people trying to see through the disguise. Diligent denizen where the real can survive.
You know what is rather odd about what's rather odd about these data centers is it seemingly they're building them in places where already is kind of like water is already kind of scarce, right? Like what is up with that? Why do it where water is scarce? And just in case, are you think that um if you think that this is a political issue, it is not. These data centers and what's going on at the state level as far as building these data centers and giving them resources that might be for the people. This is bipartisan. Both Republicans and Democrats are doing this. Sally lives in a Republican state. Utah, right, is a red state. They are on board with this. There are other examples of data centers. Georgia, Michigan, for example, who is a woke, far left Democrat governor. She's signing up data centers to get into the Great Lakes, which is our biggest water reserve in the country, freshwater reserve. I think it's the largest melted freshwater reserve on the planet, as a matter of fact. So we have to make sure, right, that we are safe. We always worried about AI, like Terminator kind of Judgment Day AI, right? That's what always kind of looms when you think about AI. But the real threat, I think, is resource consumption. These AI centers, they use millions of gallons of water a day, right? Millions of gallons of water a day, And so humans are the number one consumers of fresh water on the planet by far, right? There's no other there's no other entity, organism, machine, anything that consumes more fresh water by the gallon per day than us. Okay. It's not even close. Orders of magnitude difference. But the thing is that AI data centers are consuming water at a faster rate than we are, right? Let me say it again. So, right now, they're not consuming more water than us, but the water to which they are consuming is growing at a faster rate than ours is. And that can be a problem because eventually what you're going to have is competition. And we're already seeing the signs of that in local communities where water is already scarce in Arizona, in Nevada, in Georgia, right? In Utah, this is already occurring. And so I want to get into some of that today. There's all kinds of other problems that are going on. There's a Texas data center that is so bright they call it perpetual daytime now, where the entire surrounding rural area or rural community is lit up it's like it looks like it's like 6 in the morning or 6 in the evening, right at dusk or dawn. It's like in a perpetual twilight from what they call as light pollution and noise too, right? There's some of these are so loud that you can hear them for miles in the surrounding occupied areas. Another problem is farmland, right? A lot of farmland is being occupied or bought up by these data centers because of well, first they have a lot of the resources necessary, irrigation, etc., right? And the large plots of land that are tilled that are ready to be used for whatever reasons for these AI centers. We'll get into the specifics of that in a minute. But there is a lot to unpack here. There's a lot of so like last week, if you were with us earlier this week, we were talking about the new monetary system they seem to be rolling out that is based. They're moving away from the petrodollar and moving it towards an energy dollar, which is an all of the above natural gas, nuclear, solar, energy, anything that because AI is the number one commodity right now, and it thrives off of energy. So the more every like pretty much what Elon said before was that that energy was going to be the new commodity like gold kind of, right? And so what does this mean? Well, it means that the energy like a lot of the foreign policy we're seeing right now is to corner the energy market, right? Part of Trump's energy dominance plan, and then the energy is used to develop AI or push AI because we're in a competition. And what I think is funny is that anytime I talk about AI on the timeline, all of these weird foreign bots come up and they're like, if you criticize AI, then this is Chinese propaganda, blah 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 blah. You're not American. So weird. What a weird statement to make, right? Is like I'm worried about my grandmother being able to drink fresh water, and if I say that out loud, it's Chinese propaganda. So fucking weird, dude. The gaslighting and the propaganda and the Jedi mind tricks that these things are putting out there is weird. It's like who runs these foreign accounts? Who runs these bots? Why are they so interested in our discussion about AI? Right? What's going on there? Right? So, anyways, stablecoin is going to be the new dollar, so to speak, right? Pretty much what they're saying is they're going to tank the economy, not tank the well, it's already tanking, tank the dollar, right? And then end up with a lot of inflation. Where we have about 30% of what the value is left on our dollar. Use it as stable coin, right? And then I mean, it's going to be good for the rich folk, and not so good if you're not already wealthy, right? Obtaining wealth is going to be far more difficult than it is now. And if you're in the middle to lower middle class or lower class, it's going to be pretty bleak, I think, going forward. And I'm wondering, how are we going to be on a UBI? If so, right? Elon made this post that everybody is going to be pretty much independently wealthy through UBI. It's going to be a high income UBI. But how do you? I don't know how you get away from inflation. Like economics, the laws of thermodynamics never change, right? Like you cannot change the laws of thermodynamics. So how do you get away from hyperinflation when you are printing money? Like it doesn't make any sense. Only if there is a demand that is commensurate with the amount of money that you print or that you put out there does it balance out, right? The need has to balance with the supply. And so I just don't understand how you get away from that. It just, um, the number of goods and services is going to have to like grow exponentially, or the population is going to have to dwindle for this to work out, right? And I don't know, man. Given what all the other billionaires have been up to over the last decade or so, it seemed like they were obsessed with trying to reduce the population. I'm leaning that their plan is towards the latter and not the former. What's up, Garrett? Go ahead.
How's it going today, Diligent? How's it going, Harmony?
Good, brother.
So I live in Mesa, Arizona. Well, Harmony knows part I live. I live 9 miles from the top four data companies: Apple, Meta, Google, and Amazon. Now they're going to be building another four more data centers next to it. So each one it uses Apple uses 1 million gallons for now. They're approved for 3 millions per day. Then Meta, that's big Meta data center. They use 2 million gallons of water per day. They're approved for 6 million gallons a day for at full capability. Then Google, they use 2 million gallons and they're approved for 4 million gallons a day. Then Amazon uses 1 million right now because their data center is not big yet, but they're approved for 4. So if you're in Arizona, we have a water problem. So these four big companies are using more water than an average person. And if you're in Mesa like me, my water bill went up because of the data centers.
And it's not just the water bill, right? It's not just the water bill. It's also it's the other energy that's going up. So there's a competition for water, but there's also a competition for energy resources, right? And so even when gas was going down over the last year, briefly, right? 4 years of expensive Biden gas. We had 1 year of cheap gas, and then it went back up. But what's interesting about it is that a lot of people's energy bills, I'm talking about your home electricity bill, they actually continued to increase despite the gas energy dropping, which is usually they are commensurate, right? Like usually they correlate, and that's not what happened here. Costs Other costs continued to rise despite energy, gasoline and oil dropping, which is not like, again, it's not typical for a consumer market. And the reason why is, again, because competition. These AI data centers are driving up demand from the power companies, right? So now, if when your energy bill keeps rising, even though your usage is not rising, inflation counts for some of that, but a lot of it has to do with resource demand, right? And now we're looking at it where these massive data centers are competing with the local municipalities and in their counties and local residents for usage on the grid. And it's crazy. We're already seeing that. So that's just one aspect of it. What Garrett said, he lives in the desert, man. It's Arizona, right? And they're now competing for water with these AI data centers where water is already scarce. It doesn't make any sense. Go ahead, Sally.
Yeah, I was gonna say this year already, it's May. They turned on people who farm it, who have secondary water. They turned it on a month late. So farms who use irrigation to farm, that impacted them. Also, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, stated that we are now in a water emergency. We're only allowed to water our lawns twice a week for 10 minutes per cycle. Like it's already insane, and that was mid-May that he announced that. That doesn't happen till like July, maybe August, if there's going to be a water shortage like that. So just, and I put a bunch of stuff in your purple pill because I've been doing research on the Stratos stuff. So when you get to the Stratos stuff, I just put a bunch of information down there, just facts, and maybe some connections we can look into with Grok, which I would be fascinated to hear. But yeah,
Do you want to share your experience of what's going on in Utah?
yeah, so we have the Stratos, which is in Box Elder County in Utah. It's a bunch of farmland, country folk up there. They had 2,000 people pack the gymnasium to protest this. And after all the protests and all the outrage and cries, they pushed this through using MIDA, MIDA, which is military, intelligence, defense, something, right? So they used some kind of a code that Utah has to say, well, this just happens to be in national defense. So we're just going to push this through, even though the people don't want it. So they've pushed it through. Kevin O'Leary is a Canadian. He's a billionaire I've seen him. I think he interviewed with Tucker Carlson or someone, but he's just pompous. He doesn't care what the taxpayers want. So they're pushing it through anyway. But 62 square miles, that's how big it's going to be at completion. That is the size of New Jersey. Why do we need a data center the size of New Jersey in Utah of all places? And then one of the guys, Lee Perry, who was on the commission board, one of the commissioners, he also works for a company called Parsons Inc. Oh, I think it's in I want to say Maryland, but don't quote me on the state where that's headquartered at. We can ask Grok later. But they also Parsons Inc. happens to do the contract for Hill Air Force Base for defense. So I'm just curious, what does this connection, if you're building a 62 square mile AI data center, you're having a company, Parsons Inc., do a lot of the installation and do a lot of the work on it, and they also have a contract with Hill Air Force Base. What do they have in common if it's for national defense? So I don't know. I don't think they're just data centers where they're storing our data. I think that they are going to be like they're doing at the White House, where they're going to have drones, they're going to have AI surveillance. Like I don't know what the end goal is, but that to me is what it is. And the people here are mad. It's right next to a bird sanctuary, um, a bird refuge, and so I don't know. The people are not happy in Utah. They have 10 slated for our state. I haven't checked into much of the other ones yet. This one just for some reason caught my attention the most, just because of the size of it. So that's kind of like a brief overview. No one here is happy about it. Everyone is pissed off. We already struggle with water in our state. It's like Lake Powell is they're not even making plans to figure out how they're going to conserve water to fill back up Lake Powell, which is a huge generation of energy going into the Hoover Dam. So I don't know. That's kind of just a rough overview for you guys. If you have questions, I'll try to answer them. But I have been doing research on this. That our infrastructure, our power grid, there's no way we can handle a data center that size. It's going to cost us a lot of money in our. That data center, they say, is gonna take up twice the energy that our state already consumes. That's how much energy it's gonna to take to run it. It's huge. Anyway, yeah, I'm here for any questions. So it's just a brief overview, Diligent.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Sally. Yeah, very concerning indeed. And what else is concerning is that there's no guardrails, right? I get like it's like AI is we're in a race with China. They're saying that AI is the new nuclear arms race. Well, China's already kind of beating us, I believe, right? They have us cornered on the energy market. They don't care about coal plants. We destroyed all of we got rid of all of our coal plants. We diminished a lot of our energy producing capacity. Not as bad as Europe. Europe is toast, right? They have completely screwed themselves, but we're a little behind in that race. So I'm just curious: is what is the strategy here, and at what cost? Yeah, we need to we need to win the AI race, but what does that mean? What does that look like? Right? Can you define that victory? I'm really curious. Right? Is it who can be the most authoritarian with the most powerful? Who can use AI to become immortal first? Like what is? Can you define what that means? Is that going to improve the quality of life for the U.S. citizens, or is it going to improve the quality of life for the establishment class, the Epstein class, the one percenters? That's what I want to know. What do you think, Mace?
Well, I mean, I just think it's really interesting because, like you said, we are being fear mongered about an authoritarian, bad boogeyman in China to only beat them at what they're doing.
I mean,
Because
China is an
ultimately,
authoritarian.
well, that's not the part that I'm arguing. I'm just saying, why do we beat them at what they're doing? Like, I understand the strategic, um, you know, like part. I get that it does, this is definitely a national priority, but it should not be at the expense of the people. They're subsidizing all of the cost and also putting the risk on all the people that live in these communities without giving it second thought. Like, there's not any type of regard for the consequences that this may have. And I think that that's where the problem is. Like, whatever China is doing to solve for this is, maybe they should look into that. How are those people not getting impacted by it? Or what's the deal? Like, what, they're
And
not
China
doing a
doesn't care
risk.
about their people. Come
Well,
on.
you don't know that, but my point is that they need to be able to do a risk versus benefit assessment. They need to find ways to mitigate what this is for the
Well, I
people
think
that
they're
are going
going
to
to
be in
try
those
to. I mean,
areas.
what they're touting is space-based data centers, right? Because it's cooler out there, right? They don't harm the environment. You can't pollute the soil and the rest in the water table. If you have space-based data centers, right, and you have unlimited solar energy, right? And so that's what they're saying. Now, who are they really going to do that? Like, it makes me think about the giant windmill. You know what I mean? Like the giant wind farms, right? It's like, I don't know, bro. Seems kind of scammy.
I I feel like it's kind of like the new atomic bomb. Whoever has the most technology with it, the most data centers are like the new superpower kind of thing.
I mean, that's what they're saying, right? They're saying the winner of the AI race wins it all, right? But I still, what does that mean? How do you know when you've won, right? What does victory look like? How do you define victory in that regard? And at
Well,
what
the AGI
cost?
centers, right? Like the AGI centers. Do you know about those?
No.
The AGI centers, they're like it's like the new AI, but they without being trained, they can do anything pretty much. Like they can do more than what a human can do.
Yeah, artificial general intelligence. It's equal or superior to human in general fields, right? We have our IQ master up here. He's going to sleep, but general intelligence applies across all major heuristics and domains, right? And so that's what they're looking for with AI, something that's not good at just one thing or specialized in one field, but all fields, which is a indicator of intelligence. Go ahead, Carol, and then we'll go to Sam.
Hey, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm having an asthma attack, so hopefully I'll be able to get the words out. Diligent, in the community in which I live, we just successfully defeated a very large data center. It was hard work to do this. It required boots on the ground, activation, social media campaigns, door to door. One of the tricky aspects of this case is that the data center was going to be located on property that was and still is a nature preserve. And it's located right in the middle of 3 state parks. Horrible. To make matters worse, the city annexed that piece of property that is in county. So the residents of the subdivisions, golf course subdivisions, were almost disenfranchised because, and this is something that can happen in rural areas, that parcels of land can be annexed to city, and then the neighbors who are county can wind up without a vote. So, from my recent experience, what I can say is that we have to work. If you want to keep the data centers out of your neighborhood and from creating horrible ambient noise, horrible noise and light that is terrorizing for wildlife and for human beings with sensitive nervous systems, or even human beings with negative, I mean with regular baseline nervous systems. It's hard work. And yet the conundrum is, I admit, I am a heavy user of AI. However, um, we do often hear the argument, well, if you don't want the data centers, don't use AI. I don't think that what I'm doing with AI, such as asking AI to take a look at two lengthy meets and bounds legal descriptions and verify to me if they match, I don't think that that's the type of thing that is causing the consumption. These large data centers are being built, in my opinion, for the police state, for surveillance. It's for the, the the invasion of privacy. I mean, it doesn't really simplify down to that, but you get what I'm saying. It would have broken my heart for the land. This is land that used to be my family's farm, my generational family farm, and is now golf course land, for the deer and all of the beautiful wildlife, eagles, birds of prey, owls, everything destroyed, the lakes destroyed. I'll land there. It makes me cry. And I hope that we all together come up with a solution for some kind of balance, because I fear that the heat and the noise and of these data centers, when we encroach and get close to human population and wildlife population, it's going to destroy our earth. What do you think? Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but it's definitely something we need to watch closely, right? Over on YouTube, I have Christy Knight asking me to ask about something in Utah before we get too far away from it. Christy Knight says this: Can Diligent, can we ask Grok about details surrounding Jason Chaffetz involvement with the Utah data center? He is planning a run for governor, and I believe he has financing in this somehow. We absolutely can. Let me get Grok going here. Grok, what do you know about Jason Chaffetz, Chaffetz, and the Utah data center? And does he have any financing or business ties to it?
Jason Chaffetz is a former Utah congressman who represented the state from 2009 to 2017. He was vocal in supporting the NSA's Utah data center in Bluffdale when it was announced, calling it good for the economy and national security. But there's no evidence he had any financing or business ties to that government facility. It was a federal project. What he's tied to right now is a brand new private AI data center project called Stratos in Box Elder County, backed by Kevin O'Leary. Chaffetz used his connections to introduce the developers to O'Leary, and he's publicly admitted he'll get paid through his consulting firm if the project gets built. It's facing a lot of local pushback over water and power use. Different data center, different kind of involvement.
Grok, give us the specifics about that particular data center and what the gripe is from the locals. And is it justified?
The Stratos project is a massive AI and hyperscale data center planned for up to 40,000 acres in Hansel Valley, Box Elder County, near the north end of the Great Salt Lake. It's backed by Kevin O'Leary, partnered with Utah's Military Installation Development Authority. At full build, it could need up to 9 gigawatts of power, roughly double the state's current peak demand. They plan phased development, starting smaller. Locals' main gripes are water and power. They're worried about straining already scarce resources in a drought prone area, hurting the shrinking Great Salt Lake, and spiking energy costs or emissions. Thousands have filed formal protests against water rights transfers, and there's been rallies and calls for referendums. A recent poll showed 53% of Utah voters oppose it, with 70% saying economic benefits don't outweigh the resource costs. Is it justified? The concerns are legitimate. Utah's water situation is tight, and a project this scale needs serious scrutiny on power sources and cumulative impact. But the developers claim they'll use mostly non potable, on site water in a closed loop cooling system that consumes very little ongoing, won't pull from the lake or farms, and will bring jobs and tax revenue. The fast track approval process rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, which fueled the backlash. Right now, it's still in early stages, with water applications being withdrawn and refiled.
What a lot of people don't understand about these kinds of projects and about your farmland or your property, and you think that you own your property. Grok, explain eminent domain.
Eminent domain is the government's power to take your private property for public use, even if you don't want to sell. They have to pay you fair market value, but they can force the sale. The key phrase is public use. That's where it gets tricky. Courts have ruled that includes roads, schools, military bases, and sometimes even economic development projects if they create jobs or tax revenue. For this data center, the Military Installation Development Authority can use eminent domain if needed, since it's tied to a government entity. So even if farmers or landowners refuse to sell, the project could potentially still force them out. That's why a lot of locals are fired up. They feel like their land could be taken for a private company's AI data center, even though it's routed through a government authority. The Constitution allows it, but it's controversial because it can feel like the government picking winners and losers with people's property.
And Grok, one last question. Is it bipartisan, the pushback on these data centers? Is it both Republican and Democrats, citizens that are pushing back?
Yeah, it's pretty bipartisan in Utah. Republicans are split. Some local GOP leaders and lawmakers back it for the jobs and tax revenue, but a lot of rural conservatives are furious about government taking farmland and using eminent domain for what they see as a private company. Democrats are almost uniformly against it, especially the environmental and water protection crowd. The opposition crosses party lines because it's hitting people in their backyard: property rights for conservatives, environmental concerns for liberals. Even the poll I mentioned showed broad disapproval across the state, not just from one party.
Yeah, I believe the polling is at 71% of Americans do not want to sacrifice their livelihood or any of their quality of life for data centers or something like that. Grok, I want you to read my post or tell the space about my post.
Yeah, that post nails it. The Gallup poll from March shows 70 to 71% of Americans oppose building an AI data center in their own community, with nearly half strongly against it. That's higher than opposition to a nuclear plant in your backyard. It's not just one side. Majorities of Republicans, Democrats, and independents all say no. The biggest gripes are water and power use, plus noise, traffic, and higher utility bills. People see the local pain up close, and the AI revolution benefits feel pretty distant. The pushback you're seeing in Utah and elsewhere is part of a much bigger wave.
And Grok, what is the current rate of consumption of fresh water by AI data centers? And what is the projection by 2030? And how does that compare to human consumption? And when do we reach an impasse?
Globally, data centers currently use about 560 billion liters of water per year. Projections show that rising to around 1.2 trillion liters by 2030 as AI demand grows. In the US, direct on site consumption was roughly 17 billion gallons in 2023, and it's expected to roughly double or more by 2028 2030, depending on the study. The bigger hidden impact is indirect water used to generate the electricity. That part could be several times larger. For comparison, that's still tiny next to overall human use. Agriculture alone takes about 70% of global freshwater withdrawals. Industry and homes split the rest. Data centers aren't close to rivaling total human consumption yet. The impasse isn't a global shortage, it's local. These facilities get concentrated in specific areas that already face water stress, like parts of Utah, Arizona, Texas, or Virginia. When one big plant starts pulling millions of gallons a day in a drought prone spot, that's when communities hit real conflict, higher bills, or shortages. The pushback you're seeing is mostly about that concentrated local pain, not some worldwide water apocalypse.
Thank you, Grok. Go ahead. Let's go to Sam, and then we'll go to Sally.
Hey, thanks so much for having me on. I'm not used to doing spaces, so bear with me. I don't have a great monologue written, but I do want to say I work in energy and have for a handful of years now. I live down in Florida. We recently fought a 1.2 gigawatt data center unsuccessfully, unfortunately, but I want to put that into perspective for everybody here. 1.2 gigawatts of power is equal to about 800,000 homes. Okay.
1.21 gigawatts. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Go ahead, continue.
It's a lot of power. So for perspective, 800,000 homes is not one Miami, it's two Miamis. And so since I work in energy, I can speak to that more than water or environment or light pollution, whatever. For perspective on how much each prompt uses, I heard earlier someone else spoke and they said I don't think my AI use causes that much demand. One simple prompt to you to pick your poison on the tool. One simple text prompt is roughly one light bulb running for 5 minutes, just for perspective there. One video prompt, like an 8-second video prompt that you get from Grok, is roughly one light bulb running for 24 hours. So now take all of these users who are out there. The power adds up. It's a serious thing. And I'll tell you this, the grid cannot handle it. There's not enough power in this country for how many data centers are wanting to be built or are in queue to be built. And here's the reality of energy. We can talk about nuclear power. I'm a huge fan of nuclear power. There are nuclear facilities that have been stuck in permitting longer than I have been alive. Okay. We can talk about gas, whether you like, if you like natural gas. GE Vernova, the number one manufacturer of gas turbines, is out to 2032 when it comes to actually delivering a gas turbine. Solar panels. I'm a big fan of solar on a rooftop, not on a farm field, but you would need like 30 times the size of the data center if you wanted to power it by solar panels. The fact of the matter is we don't have the power. These data centers that are connecting, the way that this works is that they're going to plug into the grid or they're going to run diesel generators, and the utility company is going to rate case this against the rate payers. Now, the way utility companies work, maybe some quick education for everybody in the room. Monopoly utility companies get a guaranteed profit. If you have not heard that before, it's a fantastic business model. I said again, a guaranteed profit. It's called a return on equity. So your monopoly utility company, who is run by the Public Service Commission, the Public Utility Commission, typically appointed by a governor. Sometimes in some states they're elected, but typically appointed. They are the ones who approve the rate case for a utility company. Now, utility companies do not get paid on performance. If they did a good job, you think that they should get paid more, like every other business in the world. If I do a good job manufacturing my widget, I should get paid more, right? That's not how utility companies work. Utility companies get paid more by spending more money. So let's say it again. They get paid more by spending more money. And so when the data centers are coming online, they're saying, oh no, twist my arm. Please don't make me do this. And in the back room, in the cigar club with the lobbyists, they're popping champagne bottles because they get to now spend more money and rate case it against you and I. And meanwhile, they say, oh, the data center, they're going to pay for this. There's no mechanism that exists for that to be the case. We can pass bills and laws and do whatever you want in your state houses, but there's no mechanism to track this. What, they're going to build a transformer? Great, but that's not 1.2 gigawatts of power. So there's a lot of things that go into this. I'm happy to answer any
And
questions. I've worked
Sam,
in
just
energy
for
for many years.
perspective, they're building a 9 gigawatt data center in Utah. So if you're saying one and a
Insane.
half equals 800,000 homes, Times that by, 8. That's wild.
Joey, you keep
Yeah,
sending me thumbs
where's
down
the
like you
power coming
disagree. I'm
from?
going to need you to come up and counterpoint. The spamming me with thumbs down emojis isn't going to help. Go ahead,
He's
Sam.
spamming you with them? Come on, get up here, Joa.
I'll finish with one last thought on this because I know I'm harping on data centers, and I don't want to I
I
don't want
mean,
to get
that's the
crucified by the next
look at
thing
the
I.
title, bro. You're in the right space.
No, I was gonna say I don't want to get crucified by the next thing I say here. I'm actually
No,
not
I want to
anti
hear all of
data
the
center.
points. I want to hear the pros and the cons.
Yeah, no, look, I'm not anti data center, but I do think that this has to be done in a logical way. You should not be putting down data centers in the middle of the city. These $1 trillion tech companies do not need to be subsidized by the American people. Make them pay. Make them pay. They don't need tax breaks. That's a ridiculous statement. My local county, the 38th poorest county in all of Florida, doesn't need to give Anthropic a $150 million tax break. It doesn't need to happen. They need to come into town. They need to provide tax revenue to the people. And the city commissions that are voting on this need to be fighting for better deals. Listen, if they want to put a data center in Fort Meade, Florida, they should be telling the people, look, if we take this deal, there will be no property taxes. You'll have better roads. The schools will get new libraries. We'll have new technology. That's not what they did. They said, yeah, there might be a tax increase. Well, that's not a good deal. That's what? So, look, data centers, they're going to happen in some way. We need to fight for good deals. The AI arms race is kind of a half truth. I'm happy to go into that, but I don't want to monologue for 20 more minutes. At the end
No,
of
it's
the
fine.
day,
Tell us
though,
why it's a half
there needs
truth.
so it's a half truth because at the end of the day, you have two main compute companies. You have NVIDIA, which is an American made company, fantastic company, and you have Huawei over in China. Basically, they have the same technology at the end of the day. And I'm sure someone in here can debate me on this, but ultimately they have the same technology. The difference is that NVIDIA is about 30 times more power efficient than a Huawei chip. And so while you see these graphs of like, oh, China's kicking our ass in energy production, that may be true, but they also need to. We don't need to build as much as them because we have a fantastic American company here called NVIDIA,
And from
and
what I
they don't.
understand it, China is developing a broader use AI, and ours is more of a higher, sophisticated technical nature.
Yeah, and look, I use AI every day, and I can tell you that Opus 4.8, GPT 5.5, they blow the socks off of Quen or Minimax. Those Chinese models right now they're what I use when I basically run out of credits with Opus because they're garbage.
Interesting. Joe, do you want to push back on him? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just we already have evidence of what will happen because of mining, Bitcoin mining, right? It actually uses just about the same amount of power. It's actually basically almost the same thing. It's just compute power for the most part. And typically, what happens is something called a PPA. And a PPA is a private power agreement. Okay, so if you ever go to an IKEA, for an example, or Walmart, and the entire roof is covered with solar panels, it's not Walmart or IKEA that bought the solar panels. It is a group of investors who are getting roughly 12 to 14% return on their money every year by placing those on there and then selling the electric at a cheaper rate to that IKEA or to that Walmart. That has been so big that there is atomic power that has been developed. For example, 3 Mile Island was a new agreement with private investors who restarted the atomic plant to provide power for one of Microsoft's data centers. And the other data centers are getting power from not from diesel, not from diesel generators, not from coal. It's getting it from LNG. And that's already been proven. And why are they doing that? Because they were doing that with Bitcoin mining. It is not what people are saying when it comes to power. Now, look, eh, any large process power that generates that much heat and is going to cause noise, like neighborhoods that have these big things, you're going to have noise in the air, noise pollution, air pollution. You're going to have that kind of stuff, just like you would with any other industry. It is not something specifically bad about data centers. That would be about almost any industry that you would put there. Um, the only thing that's good here is PPAs want this business because Diligent, what can you put your money into and guarantee a 14% return? Almost nothing except for PPAs. It is one of the largest investment vehicles around where you generate the electric for that person and you sell to them cheaper and make a profit. Um, and there's tons of people willing to put money into it in order to do it. That's why it's not this whole energy thing that people are saying that's going to be this huge problem. It could if data centers are growing faster than PPAs are growing. Um, but as of right
I
now,
mean, they
we're
are,
increasing
aren't
LNG
they?
like crazy. Well, they are growing fast, but so far it doesn't seem like they've caused a problem as of yet. But if all the plans go through, we don't know. The problem with PPAs is you don't know what like how many PPAs are coming up because they're private. They're not government planned. And that's what causes this scare of, hey, there's going to be more the demand and power, which there's going to be. There's going to be more demand and power than we can deliver. We don't know if we can deliver because you can't see how many PPAs are going to be created.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah, please do. You don't have to raise your hands. You can just jump back in.
Yeah, so there's a lot of truth to what you said. There's some downside. So PPA is a power purchase agreement, and most of those systems are still grid connected. So a data center PPA is a financial contract that basically says I'm going to buy this power from somewhere on the grid, but you're still physically pulling power from the grid unless you are completely off grid, which is not actually what most of these data centers want. And quite frankly, it's not what the grid should want or does want
Yeah,
either.
they
So
need
so I'll say
emergency.
you're
They need
mostly
emergency
correct, but there's
backup.
nuances.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
need emergency backup in case something goes wrong. So they will be attached to the grid,
correct.
right? But doesn't mean they're going to use the grid
Contingencies.
power. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
So
it's not as
what is
discussed.
the
So anytime you attach to the grid, you still have draw in there. But yes.
what is the disagreement then here? Why are you sending me thumbs down? Sounds
Me?
like you guys agree.
No, I
Well,
think it's thumbs down.
No, it was Joa.
no, I had earlier because he was saying that it was from it was going to be diesel generators and coming from the grid. And typically, when people say the grid, that means the main power.
Oh, so
You
on,
know,
on the diesel generator side, you can see this from XAI Colossus Data Center. The reality is that yes, LNG gas is going to be what powers most of these data centers until we actually have a commercially viable SMR, which we don't have one. So anyone who wants to be in the crowd saying SMRs are the future, yes, I agree, homie, but we're not there yet, and we're probably not going to be there for another 10 years to have a commercially viable SMR. So gas is what is powering data centers, but at the end of the day, GE Vernova themselves, in their most recent press release, they're out to 2030, 2032 on delivery. And so at the end of the day, it still makes economic sense for the data center to use a diesel backup generator from Caterpillar, which is why Caterpillar stock is skyrocketing. It's extremely expensive, no emissions control, but it still makes sense because there's so much money in compute. So eventually, will they be on gas? 100%, but they're not right now. Not in most cases, unless it's already a hookup.
Well, since they're hooking up to the power grid like they are right now, when they did their proposals for how much energy, they either lied about it or they misjudged it. So every 6 hours, they actually have to go off of the grid, use the diesel generators in order to not surge out the existing power grid. So they are using a lot of diesel right now to generate these AI data centers.
If you ever hand up, no one's talking, jump in. Okay,
Hi,
let's
hi
go
there.
Coyote.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, go.
So I was thinking about it. It's like, they had that over there in it was in the West Texas over by the Mexico. It's the Meta data center. Well, the river, whenever I looked it up, I saw the video and I noticed that the video didn't like it just didn't get around for such like news, bro. And it was like, okay, let's see what happened. Cause I know the Rio Grande, it separates Mexico from the United States. That's a pretty big deal. It's at a different aspect of it. But the thing is it made history because it's never done this before this early. It's never done it 3 times in a row, 3 seasons in a row. So the thing is, it's like we have something kind of big enough for national attention. No, not at all. People get their attention from a drone and they still don't like they kind of justify that as like, oh yeah, somebody came out here. No, that's not it, man. I don't know exactly what they're all doing with these because I think China has a lot less of them. But I do know this, man. They're doing some stuff. I think they're kind of hitting us all up, getting us like busy or whatever, Maze will be there, like I'll be there, you be there, whatever, because something's kind of calculating right now as they're doing so. I don't know. And you brought up that dollar or whatever going from the petrodollar, and that's actually something I'd like to look into.
The
But I do
energy
wonder,
dollar.
yeah, bro, it's like what you know what I'm saying? Like, what's next, man? But I do wonder, like where are we at when that's not a big deal? Nobody wanted to share it because they didn't want to be AI hatred. Because I know May's love that she's got her AI and anti-AIism and stuff like that. Because they come out with that word the day before they coined it, bro.
Actually, Maze was the eating grapes by the pool, and I was the one that was fear mongering about AI. If we're gonna be fair here,
I'm
Yeah,
fear
man.
mongering.
yeah,
Listen,
she's a
I'm not anti AI at all. I just think we have wasted so much time like the interventionist United States that's in everybody's fucking business causing all these problems in the
she's
Middle
gonna
East. That I
find a
would
way to make this
say
about Gaza.
we
Wait,
could have been focused. No, will you relax? Let me finish my sentence. What I'm saying is that I think there's a responsible way to do this instead of going like pedal to the metal and reckless, not caring how it's going to impact the communities, the energy prices for the people in the communities, the water consumption. I mean, it's almost like there's this idea that the achievement and the advancement of it will eventually solve a problem, but that's like a potential. And everybody's life,
Maze, do you feel like
like,
you're gonna end up on that scenario where you're eating grapes by the pool? You still feel you still believe that?
bro, no, not with this reckless ass fucking government. What are you talking about? They're like raising the prices on every fucking thing. By the way, what I was suggesting
So
is
that would mean that I was right. Are
no,
you
not
saying that I
really.
was right when we had those long
Well,
debates?
here's the perhaps I will say this. Maybe I was a little I my trust
Right.
my
She
Yeah, that's
trust
close
apologizing.
enough. That's
my
close enough
trust
to
that
you
they
were right,
wouldn't
diligent. I can
necessarily
accept that.
look at you. We like you listen. I agree that there's going to be a rough transition. My idea was very optimistic and pure, and the idea that we're going to have to find new ways to add value to the world. Nobody wants to work in an
But
assembly
my
line.
position was is that we can't these people can't be trusted to govern us now.
That was
What
not
makes
your
you think they're going to
position.
do it
Your position
better?
was is that people need to, like your position was like, what are people gonna do when they lose their jobs? I'm like, well, overall, in the like future of humanity, they're gonna be adding value to the world in different ways than they do now. That was my lens, but it's not going that way because yeah. And
I got
I'm a
another one.
conspiracy theorist too, Dilly. Like, how did I not figure this shit out first? That's crazy.
I got another one for you. I'll text you, man. After both of y'all, and I could tell she's. I feel like you got his foot, like a foot picture or something, like a beautiful, like a foot or whatever. I remember
It's
from
a
the other day.
glorious holy foot.
Oh Lord.
You know when you see those pictures of Jesus or the Mother Mary and there's light shrouded around them. That's what Maze has in her text box. Go ahead, True MAGA.
Yes.
Hey, but hold on, I do want to say this though. But I think that we got to really take a look at why when you see an empty river and it's a never done this before, and there's an AI center next to it, and it's like this thing's never happened before. We got to say that that's weird because people they were so scared to be called an anti-ism or whatever, bro. Like it's a machine. They just came out with
Why
these
are
things.
the Zionists? The first time I posted about light pollution, this is about. I want to say this was about a month ago. I just made a post. It was news, which was that locals were clamoring on about this perpetual daylight, artificial daylight is what they call it. The brightness from these AI centers that are polluting these rural or these suburban communities,
End
and
times.
and I posted about it, and then all of a sudden I was getting attacked and smeared by these like pro AI Zionists, and I was like, what the hell is going on here?
They
Like,
got
are
a
you
little
Of course
guys
factor.
they would
are
be
you
the
guys just
Zionists.
finding anything you can to be angry at me about because I am not wanting Israel to be involved with our politics? I don't care what they do over there. I don't have a problem with Israel, right? Just stay out of our politics. But my point is, right, is why does it seem like God, it's like the QAnon people, right? It's like the QAnon and like certain factions within Twitter, right, are beholden to certain things, right? Like it's like they all attack people who are wanting Epstein transparency, or they all attack people who don't believe the Charlie Kirk narrative. Or if you are critical of data centers, you're also on the list. Like what the hell is going on here? Why
Or
is
APAC.
that? I
Well,
don't think it has
because
anything to do
Trump
with
is at the
APAC.
center of it. Trump is aligned to the Zionists, so you're going to be hitting two people, two adversaries, which would be the Q-tards. Sorry for being what's the word? I don't know, facetious. But the Q people and then the Zionists, it's all kind of aligned. You know,
They're
like if Trump
evangelicals.
went pro China and pro CCP tomorrow, the Q-tards would be right behind him promoting the CCP. And why are you attacking the CCP? I mean, it's just so right now they're kind of aligned on the whole Israel front.
What
You know what I think the reason why the landscape of Elon's ideal view of what X should be is because they're phasing out the communities. I feel like the different communities kind of segregate people, and then they sort of, it depends on the moderators and the administrators in each community. But if you put the wrong people in charge of that, they can create echo chambers. And then, I think this is the problem, is that, that's why they're getting phased out as well, is because there's just all these echo chambers around X, and the town square is becoming polluted by it. And they've noticed a change and a shift, and I think they're trying to implement that change. I don't know, but I think that has something to do with it.
I got the final thing on it. It's go check out the filibuster, which I learned about today, and the importance of it, bro. Because it all intertwines with all of this right here, and the Trump and that. It's crazy how much stuff they
well
got.
I
But it,
wanna someone in the comment section was talking about Project Stargate. And so we're gonna get into that. Grok, what is the executive order launching or announcing Project Stargate by the Trump administration? What does it mean?
There isn't a specific executive order that launches or announces Project Stargate. Trump announced it on January 21st, 2025, at a White House press conference with Sam Altman, Larry Ellison, and Masayoshi Son. It's a private $500 billion joint
Okay, well,
venture
just tell us
between
what private
OpenAI.
Grok. Just tell us about Project Stargate.
Got it. Project Stargate is a massive $500 billion private AI infrastructure project announced by President Trump in January 2025. The main players are OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, and MGX. The goal is to build enormous AI data centers and the power plants needed to run them, starting with an initial $100 billion investment. It's being sold as a way to keep America far ahead of China in AI development. It's not a government program, it's private companies, but with heavy government support to fast track permits, energy projects, and land use. That's why a lot of people are watching it closely, especially with the eminent domain and resource concerns we've been talking about.
And Grok, can you tell us about what the current maximum capabilities, as far as we know, of China is compared to the United States? What domains do they affect, and who's winning the race, or how, in what ways? And what is winning look like? What is victory? How is victory defined in this AI race?
The gap between the US and China in top AI model performance has basically closed. As of early 2026, the best American model is only ahead by about 2.7% on major benchmarks, down dramatically from over 30% a couple years ago. Chinese models have even briefly taken.
Do we lose Grok?
We lost Grok.
Grok, start over with your answer that last query. Repeat.
Here's the latest picture as of mid 2026. The performance gap between the best US and Chinese AI models has effectively closed. The top American model leads by just 2.7% on major benchmarks. Chinese and US models have actually traded the number one spot multiple times over the past year. Where the US still leads, cutting edge frontier models, especially in complex reasoning, advanced math, coding, and agentic tasks, massive compute infrastructure, and private investment. Where China leads, real world deployment and adoption, spreading AI across manufacturing, robotics, and industry. Open source models, AI patents, research publications, and industrial robot installations. What does winning actually mean? It's not just having the smartest single model. The real victory is who can integrate AI most effectively into their economy to drive productivity, growth, and national power. The US is winning the brains race. China is winning the broad deployment race. It's two different games right now.
And is there any forecasts that are widely regarded in this?
The most widely regarded forecast right now is from the Longitudinal Expert AI Panel, LEAP. Experts and super forecasters expect the performance gap between top US and Chinese AI models to keep shrinking. They predict the gap will narrow to about 5 points by the end of 2030 and reach full parity around 2040. The Stanford AI Index 2026 is the current benchmark everyone cites. It shows the gap has already collapsed to just 2.7%. But on future projections, the LEAP Expert Survey is the one most people reference for long term outlook. Most analysts agree the US will likely hold a modest lead through the rest of this decade, but China is closing fast.
And one last question, Grok, for us. What are the water and energy consumption forecasts that coincide with that?
The most cited forecasts tied directly to the AI race. Energy, global data center electricity use is projected to roughly double from about 415 terawatts hours in 2024 to 945 terawatts hours by 2030. AI optimized servers are driving most of that growth. In the US, data centers could consume 9% to 17% of all electricity by 2030, up from around 4% now. Water. Globally, data centers currently use around 560 billion liters of water per year, projected to rise to about 1.2 trillion liters by 2030. In the US alone, AI servers could add an annual water footprint of 731 to 1,125 million cubic meters, roughly 193 to 297 billion gallons by 2030, depending on how fast things scale. These numbers line up with the narrowing AI performance gap we talked about. Both countries are pouring resources into this, and the resource strain is growing fast with it.
And what about the forecast for American infrastructure in this regard? Are we going to reach an impasse?
We're already hitting local impasses in several hotspots, and nationally, it's looking tight. By 2030, data centers are forecasted to consume 9 to 17% of all U.S. electricity, up from about 4% now. In places like Northern Virginia, that number jumps to 40 to 60% of the state's power. The grid is struggling. About a third of planned data centers this year are already being delayed because of power shortages and equipment backlogs. We're not facing a total national blackout, but we're reaching real limits in high growth areas. Companies are now building their own gas power plants on site because the regular grid can't keep up. That tells you we're bumping up against infrastructure constraints right now, not just in 2030.
And Grok, what is the majority of the CPU? What is the majority of these data centers? What are they being utilized for? I imagine they're not for the everyday consumer. What's the majority of the AI power being used for?
Most of the power in these big AI data centers is going toward two main things: training and improving the big AI models. That's the heavy upfront work done by companies like OpenAI, Google, Meta, and others. Inference, running the models to actually answer questions, generate text, images, or code. Inference now makes up about 2/3 of all AI compute, and it's growing fast. You're right that it's not mostly for everyday consumers. The vast majority of this compute is controlled by the big hyperscalers. Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta, and Oracle own over 70% of the world's AI compute. A lot of it powers enterprise tools. internal business applications, advertising systems, and cloud services that companies pay for. Direct consumer use like ChatGPT is just one slice of it.
How much does the U.S. consumer, such as myself, talking to you right now, how much of how much of AI usage overall do we consist of?
Very little. Talking to me right now or using ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini, all of that combined makes up less than 5% of total AI compute usage in the US. The overwhelming majority, roughly 95% or more, is used for business and enterprise purposes, running AI inside big companies, data analytics, recommendation engines, advertising systems, and training the next models. Consumer chat usage is actually a very small slice of the total energy being consumed.
Yeah, so when they're wanting to take your farmland or take your water or make your energy bills higher, it's not because you're using Grok or X, right? It's because they want to increase their bottom dollar, their corporate dollars. They want to put themselves higher in the green. Go ahead, Joa, and then we'll go to True MAGA.
Yeah, if you ask Grok, I'm sure it would say the problem isn't producing the energy. The problem is the grid, right? So if someone wants to build a $50 million like solar plant, they're going to have to spend $50 million on upgrading the grid and the substations because America is forcing them to. The reality is it'd be cheaper to bypass all of that and connect directly to the actual data center. Problem is America doesn't allow that because of the power lobbyists and the power companies that have lobbyists, which aren't allowing them to do that. Or else a lot of these problems would be solved, right? And you wouldn't have this, and electricity would actually be cheaper, not more expensive, right? The problem is the electric companies are forcing these PPAs that I spoke about before that they have to connect to the grid. Why? Because they want to use them when there's a low. They're allowed to buy the energy cheaper than they can produce it if there's a low in the grid, and that's what they're trying to do. So they try to take advantage of it, but at the same time, it's actually holding us back.
But right now, currently what they're doing is they're giving these people discounts, these AI data centers discounts to connect to the grid, and then they are charging the end user, us, the consumer, we the people that use the energy every day, more money to compensate for the deals that they're giving them.
How many data centers are we building? And then compared to China,
Grok, how many data centers have we built and are we planning to build by 2030 compared to China? Oops, Grok, start over.
The US has dramatically more data centers than China. Currently, the US has roughly 5,400 data centers, while China has only about 450, more than 10 times fewer. For future plans, the US has thousands of new projects in the pipeline, with around 3,000 new data centers under construction or planned nationwide. China is growing fast in terms of power capacity. They're expected to nearly double their data center power capacity to over 60 gigawatts by 2030, but they're adding far fewer individual facilities. The US is way ahead in sheer number of data centers, both now and in the near term pipeline.
is that good?
I mean, it depends. You have to be able to produce. What is the power generation comparison between the U.S. and China in this regard?
China has a massive advantage in power generation for data centers. China already generates more than twice as much electricity as the United States. They're adding power capacity at a much faster rate. In 2024 alone, they added more new capacity than the US has added in its entire history. By 2030, forecasts show US data centers using roughly 426 to 430 TWh of electricity, China using around 277 to 400 TWh. Even though the US will likely consume more total data center power, China's overall grid is far larger and growing much faster, so their data centers will only take up about 2.3% of their total electricity. In the US, it's expected to hit around 9%. China also has hundreds of gigawatts of spare capacity coming, while the US is facing real bottlenecks and delays. China wins on raw power production scale and speed.
Is that
They're
because of
also
coal?
they're
Is
also
that
way
because
more
is that is
efficient,
that is
Doja.
that because of coal plants?
Yes, a big part of it is coal. China's massive power growth comes from building both huge amounts of solar and wind and a lot of new coal plants at the same time. In 2025, they added record levels of new coal capacity, the highest in over a decade, even while adding way more renewable capacity. They're doing this mainly for energy security and reliability. Renewables like solar and wind are intermittent, so coal gives them always on backup power to keep factories running and avoid blackouts, especially as AI data centers demand steady gigawatts of power. So, yes, coal is a major reason China can scale power production so much faster than the US right nowhere.
Yeah, so while they're touting their renewables, quote unquote renewables, they're really building the largest coal plant concentration like ever, right? Ever. It's massive. And the rest of the West is lagging because of climate change, the climate change cult. No offense to my listeners who are a part of that cult, but it's true, right? China does not care about that. So the rest of the Western world or advanced civilization is worried about not burning coal because it's bad for the environment. But China doesn't care. They're building them anyways. They're going to trash it anyways. They're outputting and we have changed our output, our carbon footprint significantly over the last decade compared to them. They keep going up. And what's going to happen is it's causing a bottleneck with our power generation compared to them, right? And plus, they already have a massive grid and infrastructure because of the number of people who use it and their industries, right? They have a massive. Again, we sold them our manufacturing industry, and that came along with building infrastructure for it. Sometimes we went over there and built the infrastructure. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, a couple things on this.
Yeah, you're
So
mostly right on the key points. China
Oh,
is building.
go ahead.
I heard earlier that China's closing the gap on the AI models, and what I want to tell everyone here very clearly: the benchmarks are a test like you would take in school. However, the answers have been leaked, and so while Opus 4.8 and Quen 4. Whatever are testing within 2% of each other, I'll tell you, when you actually use it, that is not the reality. If I go to my Hermes bot or my OpenClaw bot right now and I say, go build me a website, Quen will make me a dumpster fire and Opus will make me the Taj Mahal. They're not even remotely the same. As far as China on the building side, it is absolutely 100% true that China has done a really good job of not politicizing what power goes where. They're building wind, solar, battery, nuclear, coal, all at the same time because power is not a one source is the best source. For example, the United States, 40% of our power comes from LNG. And then when you have an issue like the Strait of Hormuz, guess what's going to happen? LNG prices go up, right? So we need to be look at depoliticizing power. Generally speaking, solar has solar has a place. It's just typically not on farm fields. It should be on rooftops and parking lots and warehouses. But the bigger problem here is just building in general. The last time we built a oil refinery was 1977, a meaningful one. The last time we built new construction nuclear has been forever. Where in China, we have a much different political system in China where the government says build it and then they get to work. In America, we have lawyers who litigate everything to death, and when it comes to energy, you have what's called the NEPA process, like an environmental review process that's garbage. They have to study every single obscure version of lizard or owl to make sure that we can build this thing. But I'll tell you guys what, when we don't have power and we have rolling blackouts like you see in California and coming soon to PJM, which is most of the Northeast, you're not going to care if there's some barn owl that might lose its home when you don't have power. The entire NEPA process, the building process, the permit process in this country is a disaster, and that's where we got to start.
But
But
Sam, let me ask you something, if you don't mind, Doja.
Okay.
While Opus is great for building websites and coding and things like that, which I agree with you, is far beyond any other model. Things like a emergency room visit diagnostic can easily be done by something like Kimi
which is 10 times more effective in terms of cost than Opus, right? And that's the problem is majority of the things don't need the power that Opus has. Like if you're building things, yes, you need Opus. If you're diagnosing things which typically just follow patterns, China's already got it at 1/10 of the cost. And that's why when you look at what's coming into the VC world in Silicon Valley, almost every company is using Chinese AI and not using Claude because of the costs. It's cost prohibitive. Do
No,
you
no real disagreement from me here. When it comes to building, you're right. The American models are the ones. When it comes to like, look for 90% of people listening in this space right now who just want to have a Q&A chat with their chatbot. Look, Minimax, Kimmy, Quen, they are literally 1/10, 1/100th of the cost. It's heavily subsidized by China for a lot of reasons too, right? And we can get into the American-China Cold War has been going on my entire lifetime. When China is subsidizing these models, it's important that everybody in here realizes what happens with your data. It goes to an inference data center over in China, and they can see every question you have. Everything they know about you is going to China. What they do with that, I don't know. Maybe it's nefarious, maybe it's not. At the end of the day, it's probably the most successful spying mission China's ever had on American citizens, and we're eating it up, hook, line, and sinker, right? Because it cost me 3 pennies to ask Quen a question, and it cost me 10 pennies to ask Opus. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong, and that's cheaper.
But you can install it locally though, which you can't do with American models. So that
Some
money
of
goes to
some of them
China.
maybe. Some of them
Yeah.
maybe, but you'd still need a Mac Studio, which costs 20 grand. So for most of your everyday
Yeah.
Americans, it's out of reach.
Yeah,
Why
just
are all these
for
weird
enterprise.
locked
Yeah.
accounts requesting? Really weird. Um, here's the question though: is is the cost? I think the biggest gripe on the local level is that these things are not. They're not benefiting the locals or the average American enough to be worth it, right? You can tout and you can clamor on about how good these AIs are, and oh, we're beating this one's better here and this one's better there. But how does that help? Your average Joe, right? Is that going to increase the quality of life for the middle class citizen? I don't think so, right? Again, you saw only benefiting. We're only using about 5% of the compute, right? And I know. I mean, I do. I will say this: if you're not using AI right now as a tool for whatever it is you do, if you work behind a screen and you're not using AI, your job is gone, right? Like, and it's happening at a faster and faster pace, especially if you're like in a business like what I am, right? Like I am, citizen journalist. I use AI constantly, to help me research at the very least, right? And I also use it to help me fact check. And I don't like just take it on its own, right? To help build citation tables, if you know what that is. That's where it can find citations for research far faster than I can do so individually. Instead of going to all of these sites and building a citation table myself, I can have the AI aggregate that data, and then I can go look at the source material myself and confirm it because I don't like to rely on the AI. But this is far more efficient and time saving than doing it myself, right? And then now people are building these agentic models. You have agents that you can assign to these kind of tasks regularly, right? And so it's getting crazy out here already. David, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say to your question about how does it help the average Joe. There's that meme going around right now where the guy's lighting a cigar with a giant flamethrower and he's like, I'm trying to change a file name with Opus 4.8 or whatever it is. But I would argue for those of you who've been dealing with or interacting with these models for the last couple of years, you'll know that 16 months ago, even a year ago, you could ask a very simple question, and your point is valid. Most people use it as like a glorified search engine, but I'm a DIYer, for example, and I used to go and search, 37 YouTube videos and blogs and everything else to work on a car or to fix something in the house. And now it synthesizes all that in like 25 seconds. So the faster those models get, the more like, now granted, the average guy may not be using it, but the potential is there, right? That's what's actually happening.
And
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 I,
and is but when you weigh that against the cost to the local communities, right? Do you think that, that's I think that's why we're seeing so much pushback. These organized campaigns and rallies and legal battles, right? We Carolyn, who was up here, she's not up here now. She fought one. They fought one in her community. They successfully got the data center to be forbidden to be built. But in Florida, Sam was telling us about a fight that he had down there that they actually lost, right? And so,
well,
uh,
let me tell you this. So I used to work in the pipeline world, and we used to do eminent domain constantly, right? Like, and the whole concept behind eminent domain is the idea that the greater collective is benefited at that this one person's loss. That's the concept, right? So if some person, and Kevin O'Leary is going through this very publicly right now, that I want to put this data center in Utah, for example. I tried to do Bitcoin mining in 2017 in the North Slope of Alaska, but we couldn't because um, that the gas price is set by the local tribes people. So you just can't go there. But where are you going to go? You're going to go anywhere else, right? And so these data centers, they're agnostic. They don't really care where they go. The latency isn't that big a deal, whether it's in Azerbaijan or the lower orbital space, right? That it doesn't matter. So it, I think AI is going to find a way, and Google, Grok, XAI, they're already solving that problem, and I think nuclear and ultimately space solves it. This is like a transitory sort of issue that I think exists. It's kind of like Keystone, right? Like I referenced the pipeline thing. So I was at Plains when Keystone, this big idea, like so Keystone came from Canada all the way down to Houston, and then everybody and their mother like protested it and died on the vine. But you know what they did? They just went and bought $100 million worth of rail cars, and they railed it, and there's other ways to do it. So I don't actually take it that seriously that these things are like, that big a deal.
do you think
Underground,
that?
right? They got some places underground.
But do you think
No, they're gonna
development
fire it to
will?
space.
Do you?
Coyote, they're gonna go to space. They're not gonna wait here.
Yeah, but do you think the demand for development is going to that the smarter routes as far as not causing harm is going to keep up pace with the demand for development? I would argue it's already not, right?
Well, when you say not causing harm, like that's a moral statement, and not everybody agrees to what harm is,
Well,
unfortunately,
harm to
right?
the local to the U.S. citizen, right? If I have to pay more for my energy, which is already inflated, by the way, because this corporation wants to run data centers for its models, then that's harm to me, right? Is it
Yeah,
not?
but your argument is no different than when Walmart came in.
It's not an argument. I'm asking. I don't care either way.
Oh
I'm
no
just
no.
saying.
What I mean is not. Sorry, I'm not saying argument like you're being argumentative. What I'm saying is your propositional like statement is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that this idea is no different than when Walmart came in and displaced the baker and the butcher and the candlestick maker from every single small um, township across America. Were people better off or not? It's one of these
I mean,
existential questions you
Walmart's
can't
not
say. Right?
raising the price for energy in that town, though, right? There's a difference. You're creating an artificial demand that's not already there. You're
No,
not.
but
You're
what'd you
not.
do? But hold on. I do think it's more analogous than you might think. So what did Walmart do? It put out all those small family businesses. So those people and all their little 30, 40 person families, uncles, aunts, whatever else was attached to, let's say, a baker shop, right? They made donuts. All of a sudden, Walmart's got donuts for half the cost. So you just put out those 50 people for what? The betterment of the entire population, because you can go get donuts for, rather than $1 a piece, they're at 30 cents a piece. So it's just, what I'm trying to say is it's the same exact argument that exists, that technologically it's deflationary. So whether you put a data center or a pipeline right? It doesn't matter. It just the idea is like what I'm trying to say is the idea of like the greater good is benefited at a local population's detriment is not a new thing. This happens all the time.
Hmm. Sally, how do you feel about his argument?
I don't like his argument at all. I don't feel like these I don't feel like these data centers are just to generate AI. I see them being hubs for drones, for other technology. Like that's what I see it being.
Well, I
Like
mean,
it's just a
the NSA
cover.
is clearly using them in Utah.
Oh yeah, at the bluff. I just was just reading up on it just a minute ago. Actually, that you say that. I think how many square miles was it? I think it was 100,000 square miles.
Surveillance
Somehow it
facility.
was huge.
It's been
Grok, is there any evidence? Hold on. Grok, is there any primary evidence to support the idea that these data centers will be used for some kind of authoritarian government motive or agency?
I can answer that for you. The answer
Hold
is
on.
yes, but
Hold on. Grok, go ahead and answer the question.
No, there's no primary evidence that
Grok,
these new
research,
commercial AI.
do the question again.
No, there's no primary evidence that these new commercial AI data centers, like the Stratos project in Utah or Project Stargate, are being built for authoritarian government surveillance or mass domestic spying. The big commercial ones are driven by corporate AI development, training models, and running inference for business use. The real government surveillance concerns are happening through a different channel. Agencies buying huge amounts of commercial data from brokers and then using AI to analyze it. That's where a lot of the
Fucking
current debate and
semantics,
pushback.
Grok. It doesn't matter if
She's
they're
full of
commercially
shit.
developing the data centers and then the agencies are buying those afterwards. That's semantics.
So
Listen,
Jason,
Hold
Yeah,
hold on,
on,
hold
let her
on.
respond.
Block is
Hold
the
about
on.
being
technical
a massive
distinction.
data center.
Got it.
Okay,
I'll wait.
not you, Grok. Them. I wanted you to respond to my point.
Got it.
The
You're
data's
right.
not in the
It
data
can feel
centers,
like
though.
semantics. Whether a data center is technically private or government owned, once it's built with massive compute power, the government can still access that capability through contracts, partnerships, or purchases. The infrastructure ends up serving the same purpose either
All right.
way.
So
That's a
on that note, and then I'll pass it back around. Grok, how much of these data centers are being used by government agencies now, and how many are on the books or going to be contracted that we can see publicly?
Publicly, it's still a small slice. The federal government itself isn't building or owning most of these massive new AI data centers. The big commercial ones, like Stargate and the hyperscalers facilities, are overwhelmingly built and run by private companies Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Oracle, etc. However, government agencies, especially the Department of Defense, are major customers. They sign big contracts to use compute and AI services from those commercial data centers. In 2026, federal AI spend.
They cut her off. Damn, right when she was about to tell us the goods. Grok, tell us how much federal spending on AI usage by the DoD and other agencies is in 2026.
In 2026, federal AI spending has exploded. According to the latest analysis, the US government has $7.2 billion in AI contracts already obligated this year, with potential future awards reaching $91.8 billion. The Department of Defense dominates this completely. They account for 98.9% of that potential spending, or about $90.7 billion. Other agencies are basically a rounding error at this point. Note that these are mostly contracting and procurement numbers through commercial providers, not the full picture of internal government AI investment. The DoD is also requesting.
Based on that annual growth alone, using that metric you just cited, project it by 2030. Given what we know about AI, the rate of development here in the United States, project government usage, especially with the DoD.
Based on the 2026 numbers, projecting to 2030 is tricky because the growth has been explosive, not steady. In 2026, the federal government has about $7.2 billion in AI contracts already obligated, with potential awards reaching $91.8 billion, and the DoD accounts for nearly 99% of that. That kind of growth, over 1,600% in potential value from 2024 to 2026, isn't sustainable at the same rate. If we use more realistic long term defense AI market growth rates of around 13 to 20% per year from here, the DoD's AI related spending could realistically reach the $150 to $250 billion range annually by 2030. The bigger picture is that a huge portion of government usage will come through contracts with private data centers rather than owning their own facilities. The DoD is already one of the largest customers of commercial AI compute.
There you
Hey,
go.
can I make a statement on that?
Could I please ask Grok a question that's relevant to
Go
this?
ahead.
Real quick?
Hold on. I cut David off, and then Sally, you can go after that. Go, David.
Oh, sorry. What I was going to say was, if you go listen to the CTO of Department of War, it was like 3 weeks ago at the Accenture Palantir Summit. The idea that these guys are going to be paying the bill for this and through data centers is not going to happen. What they're going to do is they're going to buy the model, right? And so that means the model with the weights. They're going to distill it into some sort of like frontline operators, like kit. Like they're not paying for the actual like data center itself. Now that being said, what they're trying to do is they're trying to
They'll
synthesize
be
an
renting
action.
the compute power.
No, they're going to buy it. They're just going to buy it outright. So do you know what? When I say distillation, do you know what that is in regards to AI?
No.
Okay, so these big frontier models, what they do is they build a big model, right? And then they distill it down exactly like you're thinking from a liquor perspective or a spirits perspective. And you can take what took a terabyte to run, you can put it on a 2 gigabyte phone, right? And you can get 90% of the outcome. That distillation is happening at a geometric rate. So they don't really care about the data center itself, right? These things aren't going to be like long term. That's what I'm saying. Space is the frontier. We're struggling as a human society to build data centers as fast as possible, to get direct to compute as fast as possible. But in the end, diligent Sally herself, you're going to have a distilled AI model on your phone that you talk to, like you're talking to me, but it'll be closed off. So your data is not going anywhere. That's what's going to happen.
A local model.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
But you're going to have local models that are based on to every single end user, right? And those government actors, okay, yes, they want, and I do agree with the concept that they're going to be mass surveillance tools, but they're also going to be pushed to you as a commercial model, right? So it's up to you to sort of like how sovereign do you want to be? And you want to go get pigs and cows and drill a water well, or do you want to live in a city? I mean, these things are going to be your own personal decisions.
That's a really hopeful bull case, in my opinion. These companies don't want you to have your closed off model where they can't track you and track your data. Just look at Facebook or anybody else. At the end of the day, you are the product, right? It's so they can sell more advertising, and they're not going to give you a shut off system so they can't track you. That's not happening. Well, it may be. It's a very positive bull case on the whole thing.
Yeah, but in a
I
decentralized
would say
world,
history disagrees with that notion.
yeah, it's like a cannon, right? Like, do you know what a Schelling point is? When a Schelling point happens, you got to move. But all of a sudden, like when airplanes in World War II were thought we were being stupid, like that's stupid. Why would you want airplanes? But then airplanes became the pivoting point, right? Or cannons, like back in Napoleon's day,
Or arrows.
or arrows, right? Like now you can have civilians flying planes around. Well, that civilian can do a lot of freaking damage from a Cessna, right? Like the idea that these things aren't going to be like pushed out to you.
Except for AI is unparalleled in its capabilities compared to anything we've previously come up with
No,
before.
I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, yeah, it's moving faster than anything you've ever seen before. But I would argue money is a bigger technology than even AI is. But I mean, we can have that debate at another time. But the point being is, like, you can take these technological advances and you can do things with them, right? Like, I own AR-15s. Okay, that came out of like military, right? Like that, like I own one. But was that a military technology? I don't know. Was an AI model like solely like for Palantir and Maven and to strike a target on Karg Island in Iran? I mean, no. I mean, I use AI models in my everyday life, right? So, what I'm trying to drive at,
Heavily regulated versions, though, even your AR, right? You don't have the military version. You don't have the fully automatic. Some people do, but most citizens don't.
well, I would tell you that life finds a way. So go Google right now, like you're sitting there, or if Grok is still online.
Grok is still listening right now.
Yeah, Grok, tell this guy about forced reset triggers
ahead.
that the Supreme Court approved, so you can have fully automatic weapons right now.
They're kind of fully automatic. I know what a forced reset trigger is.
Okay, there you go. So they're fully semi, right? So you get it.
Go ahead, Ronnie. You've been waiting for a long time. And then we'll go to Sally and Rook.
Hey, Billy. First off, thank you guys for hosting the space. There's a lot to unpack here because there's a lot going on in the world. So, Diligent, when it comes to your question about who wins the AI race, I think the only answer is the only way that we can win is when we take our AI back. When everybody understands that we produced AI, they took it. So they took our library of information and then they scraped our data, sold it back to us. That was Peter Thiel and Palantir, so they sold it back to us. And not only did they sell it back to us, but they put orchestrational layers or guardrails on them to only be allowed to say this or that. So once we get our actual information back, that's when we that we're talking about, actually win the AI race. But moving further, your Grok, I don't know, are you using like a jailbroken or maybe researching and then prompting? But it keeps talking in leaders. So when it comes
It was
to
talking about global consumption. The rest of the planet uses, we use our own measuring system. So
yeah,
when it was referring to U.S. consumption, you'll notice that it switched back to gallons, and then when it was using the metric system for the rest of the world.
okay, good. Because when it comes to our US consumption in 2023, we were rated at like 17 billion gallons with AI, and it's going to be estimated to quadruple in 2028 to 74 something billion gallons. So, the AI consumption is going to go up. You guys don't need these large LLM models. I sued OpenAI back in 2025 for my Veracrush protocol, and I'm building him on a small language model, which is localized. So you have to control your own information that is coming into you, because if not, you're going to rely on all these same large language models that are literally pent against you. And this is shown because how many lawsuits does OpenAI have for suicides and all that right now? I mean, all this that is going on is pent against you, and you also have to know that Trump has a very, very deep interest in all this. He invested like $750 million in stock trades, and now Peter Thiel is in Argentina. I mean, these are all very precise, very executive moves. And until we realize that they are not really giving us AI, instead, they are giving us a product that we are buying and believing, then, we're all going to just sit around and debate AI all day. AI is not good for us unless we control it. When the billionaires and all the elites and the Epstein class, when they control all of this, we get AI slop.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rook.
Yeah, so I've just been listening for a
Oh,
short little
sorry,
bit.
Sally. Go ahead, Russell,
Oh,
and then we'll go to Sally.
Sally can go ahead first. She had her hand up before me.
No, my question is probably gonna be longer because I want to ask Rock something. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't really have a question. I'm kind of on the like technical side of data centers right now. Um, I've been developing a new compute type for data centers and stuff, and I feel like it will translate down to like the commercial sector where the compute processing is going to be a lot less expensive. There's not going to be as much heat, and the latency is going to be pretty amazing. Um, I'm still working on some things for it, and I haven't translated it to hardware yet, but um, I just don't really have much of a doom and gloom type of perspective on everything. I feel like most of our data centers are going to be launched into space anyways. The ones that are on the ground right now are just because the compute processing is not geometrically aligned with um, universal compute types. So I don't know if you have any questions for me, but yeah, I
I mean,
just
do you
don't
want to
believe
add
in them.
anything to the conversation we've had thus far in this regard, or?
I just don't believe in all the doom and gloom on it. I feel like it's just a natural process, just like the industrial era came about and started smog and stuff, and we refined it and stuff. We just need new technologies.
Can I ask a question? I'm curious because I think I agree with you. What convinces you that space is the final frontier for data centers?
Um, just the fact of like just the fact that I don't think it's necessarily the final frontier of data centers, but the way things are going, I feel like that's going to be a second step. Uh, I I do believe that there's plenty of data like Starlink where it transfers from space down to our phones. Um, and I feel like as our population grows, or at least we try to let it grow, I know there's some birth issues going on. Um, we're going to need more space and clean water, especially with the data centers that's happening now. People are complaining about clean water, and it's not like the compute type that I'm making is going to be necessarily without heat. It's just going to be reduced by quite a lot. And not only that, just the access to like solar and maybe potentially new energy sources that we can launch into space and just have like I don't know, just larger solar, less less uh atmosphere pressure from it, and because we can already transmit electricity from the from space to the earth. That was tested in like the 80s, I believe. So I feel like that's going to be a big frontier for all energy power and compute types.
And my contention about that is I generally agree with your sentiment in that effectively space solves two main problems. One is infinite power because there's no interference with the radiation from the sun, so your solar is like as close to 1 to 1 as you can get. And two is the cooling, right? So that's the biggest thing. So all these water concerns like effectively like go to zero. And so the only thing you're left with is latency. And I sell AI for my job, right? Like that's what I do for a large SaaS provider. And you would be amazed at like how little they care about, slight latency, a few milliseconds, even a couple of seconds is not the end of the world, right? And so if governmental, you know, restrictions become an impasse, and there's other ways around that, right? And I was referencing the pipeline world from my 10 years ago when I used to work in the pipeline business, but it's very, I mean, I'm telling you, it's like a 1 to 1 analogy for the arguments I hear from folks.
I just want to throw in real quick here. I'm on the same train as you guys on the space side. If you guys haven't seen it yet, Span and NVIDIA launched a partnership to put basically mini data centers on the side of your homes, like 16 Blackwell GPUs. I think that's a really interesting bridge from now to the future where we have space data centers. Curious about everyone's thoughts on that, but basically, for those who don't know, Span is a electrical service panel that goes in your home, and the system would need no water, use power on your home. It's like decentralized compute, right? Might be a really interesting way to get away from hyperscale data centers until we get to space. I don't know.
Well, Sam, did you see the notion of using Tesla cars as inference while they're being charged at night?
I mean, we have the
same
grid
concept.
already in place. We're so close, and this is where like conversations like this and public pushback on data centers. You know, Kevin O'Leary can sit there and say it's all China. At the end of the day, it's not all China. 80% of voters are against data centers, good or bad. But it changes the conversation, and what Americans will always beat China at, where I'm like a true American, we are really good inventors, and so we're gonna find a way to get to whatever that goal is. So whether that's a vehicle to grid or using Tesla cars for inference or using Span panels and NVIDIA with Blackwell GPUs, like we're going to figure it out. And it's going to be an amazing journey, and it'll probably be painful in the process, but it's not the first time we've done this in human history either.
Yeah, but those you know, it's funny because like, you know, a lot of people, Sam, I'm a mechanical engineer by degree, and I sell software now, but like most people don't think in systems, they think in domains, right? And so like, in Texas, for example, if you go South Texas, it is windmills as far as the eye can see. Central Texas is nuclear. Houston area it's petrochemicals. Up north, and right, we run ERCOT, so we have our own, you know, electrical grid, and that has its own problems, but it has its own benefits. But what NVIDIA is banking on is this idea that there's these like market dislocations, right? So like, if I am in North Texas and I'm not running my AC, well, I might as well be running my GPU 200s or my GP1 200s, right? Because I might as well get paid for my power that I can get for 3 cents a kilowatt hour or even free at night, because they're generating it and there's no load for it. That's what's actually happening, right? You're trying to match load and demand simultaneously. That's what's going on there.
Yeah, and I like that decentralized idea that they're going with, especially with this compute type that they have. The only problem that I have with it, like, you know, with my development, is that the parallelism that is needed for cross updates across a decentralized network like that is going to be a big lag in progress, which is what I'm trying to solve with a bottom-up emergent native compute style.
Well, if you have your hand up, go for it, Sally.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in here. I want to ask a question of Grok. Grok,
Got it.
Jason.
Standing by for Sally's question. Fire away when you're ready.
Jason Chavez of Utah works for American Global Strategies LLC. What does this company do, and do they have any association with Parsons Inc. and Stratos Data Center and Hill Air Force Base?
I can't hear you. Chavez? Hold on, let me go back to the conversation.
You couldn't hear me?
I could hear you, but why don't you just say what you were going to say rather than ask Grok for it? Because it seemed like you have an opinion on it.
No, I want to ask Grok to see if there's a connection between those three things, and I don't have an opinion on it.
Grok, is there, what was the name of the company?
It's American Global Strategies LLC.
American Global Strategies LLC.
And what association do they have with Parsons Inc., Stratos Data Center? Stratos
Data Center in Utah. And what was the name?
And Hill Air Force Base.
Hill Air Force Base and Chavez. Chavez with a T, with 2 T's.
I don't have solid connections on those exact names with the Charlie Kirk case. Stratus Data Center, this keeps coming up in posts about Victor Marx running for Colorado governor.
Oh, I'm in the wrong thread. I apologize. That was me. Let's do that again. There we go.
It's the Stratus project, not Stratus. That's the massive AI data center planned in Box Elder County, Utah, backed by Kevin O'Leary. It's tied to Hill Air Force Base through the Military Installation Development Authority. Revenue from it is supposed to fund infrastructure there. Parsons Corporation just got a $136 million architect-engineer contract at Hill AirFB, so that matches up. Global Strategies LLC. I found American Global Strategies, which brought on Jason Chaffetz last year, but nothing directly linking it to this project. Chaffetz didn't pull up anything relevant in Utah. Might be a misheard name? What
No,
exactly
we
are
were
you...
talking about Chaffetz.
Yeah, we were. Jason Chaffetz helped kick off the Stratus Data Center project in Box Elder County by connecting the local developers to Kevin O'Leary. He's getting compensated through his personal consulting firm, which he says is separate from American Global Strategies, where he's a senior advisor. He only has one active Utah LLC on record, Strawberry Sea LLC. No Global Strategies LLC tied directly to him or this project. That's the name of the DC firm he works with, but he insists the consulting deal for Stratos isn't through them. Parsons is separate. They just landed a big architect-engineer contract at Hill Air Force Base, which Chaffetz has cited as a reason the data center is good for national security and the local economy. Chaffetz still doesn't ring any bells in this context. Might have been a misheard name? What part of the Chaffetz connection were you digging into?
Jason Chaffetz is tied to getting the Stratus data center Box Elder County. Could you tell us what American Global Strategies LLC does? What does that company do?
What was it? Grok, tell us what Global Strategies does.
American Global Strategies LLC, or AGS, is a DC-based strategic advisory firm. They help clients with geopolitical risk assessment, navigating U.S. government policies and regulations, international business deals, and domestic crisis management. Their big focus areas include defense, technology, AI, aerospace, critical infrastructure, semiconductors, basically high-stakes national security and tech sectors. They've got a stacked team of former senior officials, like the ex-national security advisor and others from the White House, Pentagon, and allied governments. Jason Chaffetz joined them as a senior advisor in late 2025, but he said his Stratos data center consulting work is through his own separate personal consulting firm, not AGS. No direct link between AGS and that Utah project.
All right, Sally, let's hear it.
No, everyone keeps saying that the Stratus has nothing to do with national defense, with drones, predictive policing, or anything like that. And I disagree. I think there's lots of connections, lots of companies, lots of ties to our government, specifically to our national defense that should not be connected. So I don't just think they're AI data centers. I think they're a cover. That's just my opinion. I need to do further research, obviously, but that's my opinion thus far.
Hey, I'm curious, Sally, do you know who Eric Prince is? You know
I
that
do.
name?
Yeah, I know Eric Prince.
Do you feel like what he did in Virginia was like not okay?
I don't like anything that he touches. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, okay. I appreciate your perspective.
Can use this segue to just encourage everybody to always do your own research, and anything you hear on the spaces, always, encouraging people to do their own research.
Joey, go ahead.
Yeah, Dilly, I'm going to say something, but then I'd like to confirm it with Grok. But basically, look, LLMs are basically the fourth generation of AI from the 50s, when there was like rules based, like if then commands. Before this LLM, it was like Deep Blue, where you were beating like a chess master, which was just deep learning. And there's already a model, like LLMs are 10 years old already. There's a new format coming out, which is called World Action Models. They're already coming out now. They're way more efficient. They're way more smarter. They will eat LLMs for lunch and not take up as much energy. So I honestly think most of these guys, like Kevin O'Leary, they're just you know uh, what do you call them? I don't want to call them scumbags, but I was looking for a different word.
grifters who just raise money based on a problem that exists today that is not going to exist in 3 to 5 years, right? They're raising as much money as possible with the way this looks to the public, and that's why they're so public about it, and so they can raise money from the public for things that aren't really going to be necessary in the future. Um, Not at the scale and the mass that they're doing today. World action models do not need the massive data centers. They need data centers, but not to the level that they're talking about today, or the energy. And you can ask Grok, do world action models beat LLMs, and do they require less energy? And when are they coming out?
What are they called again?
World action models.
Grok, what are world action models compared to LLMs? When are they coming out and how much more efficient are they?
World Action Models, or WAMs, are AI systems for robotics that jointly predict how the world will change and what actions to take, all in one unified model. They're built on video data to learn real physics and dynamics, so robots can plan better and generalize to new tasks without tons of specific training. LLMs are text predictors, great at language, but don't truly understand physical cause and effect. WAMs are more like giving robots an internal simulator of the real world. They're an emerging thing. Research papers and prototypes like NVIDIA's Dream Zero and Isaac GR00T2 came out this year, 2026. Practical, widespread use in robots is still ramping up, probably seeing bigger rollouts in the next couple years. On efficiency, they can be more data efficient, learning from internet video instead of needing massive robot specific demos, and some optimized versions run fast enough for real time control. But overall, they're compute heavy compared to LLMs because they're simulating the physical world.
Yeah, so that just absolutely smokes that guy's claim. World action models are heavier in the compute, not less than.
Grok, is
Yeah, but
there
they're local compute,
hold on, Joel,
David. They're
hold
not.
on. Grok, is there a more efficient version of AI that is rolling out to the public? Kind of like when we go from 40G to 5G? If so, what is it compared to LLMs?
Yeah, it's small language models, SLMs. Think of it like going from 4G to 5G. Same idea, just way more efficient for everyday use. Compared to LLMs, SLMs are much smaller, usually under 10 billion parameters, sometimes activating only a fraction, like 1 to 2 billion per token. They're cheaper, faster, run on your phone or laptop, and use way less power while being nearly as good for most specific tasks. What's rolling out right now, models like Liquid AI's LFM 2.5 8B. It runs blazing fast on everyday devices, nails tool calling and reasoning, and beats bigger models in efficiency while staying under 6 gigabytes of memory. You can already use stuff like this locally today.
David, you were going to add, or Joel, you were going to push back?
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's local compute. It's not compute in data centers. So yeah, it is more compute heavy. Just like if you were to use your own Mac, it's more compute heavy than
But
if you
we
use a
only
data
use up to
data
Yeah,
center.
but
5% of.
hold on, hold on.
Well, hold on. You can let him finish and then you can
Yeah,
But
respond.
you
sorry.
But we
but
only
you don't
use
need the data
5%.
centers.
But for everyday users, that isn't. It's not going to make a massive difference on the data centers usage, right? That's for everyday users,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, but even for corporations, like corporate, most of the stuff that corporations need today is not the high level Opus type stuff, right? But what they're raising money for, like Kevin O'Leary, is for we need a better Opus, we need a more stronger one, we need these data centers. These guys are just raising billions because they can, right? Because this is not Wham.
They're
Wham will definitely
opportunists, is what you're
be,
saying.
yeah, they're opportunists because LLMs will go away. You'll have small language models within a WAM model. Yes, it's more compute heavy, just the way you would use your own computer would be more compute heavy than using a data center even today. And that's what the new model will be. And it'll outperform because it not only understands language, it understands like the physical world itself and actually be able to predict things, unlike what LLM does, which basically guesses at what the next word should be based on, from 0 to 100% what it should say, right? And that's all LLMs do today.
What's coming out next, and one of the big investors in that is Bezos. He's not investing in the whole LLM thing. He's investing in the physic world model, which is a WAM.
Robotics.
Yeah, but it's more than just robotics because it includes everything. Like you can use it on a robot, and that's what the big
It's
thing
general.
is.
It's general AI, right? Where it doesn't have to train as much. It actually learns, or
Right,
or it,
exactly.
Yeah, but what we're talking about here, though, in this particular case, is AI data centers in particular locations, right? And then Sam made a good point about shipping to space, which I think. But what you're really keying in on is total wattage, right? So whether it's on your PC or in a data center, it doesn't like ultimately matter. It's total wattage that we're applying to these things to get an outcome, right?
Yeah, you do need more wattage. You just don't need as many data centers. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
That's why I
so
keep
where is
calling
that
these guys.
wattage going to come from?
I'm calling these, but people aren't raising money for more energy because the grid
yeah,
is
but you're
actually what
getting
the
hung
problem
up on
is.
the whole raising money thing. Do you have something against this guy? You seem pretty dead set on this.
He was against me. He said what I said was total trash. When
I'm talking about the guy raising money. You sound like you got a
O'Leary.
yeah. It sounds like you got an axe to grind with O'Leary.
I
Is that
got
what
an
the deal
axe
is?
to grind with
I
O'Leary.
haven't
He's
asked to
saying
grind with anyone raising that much money for data centers in a world where these amount of data centers aren't going to be needed. And it's obvious. It's out there.
It's
I
the
mean, ask
next. So,
Grok.
in your opinion, it's the next windmill craze, right? It's the next grift.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what doesn't make sense to me is the contradiction because, what was passed in the big beautiful bill with all of the infrastructure for the carbon capture pipelines and how
She
they're
loves saying carbon capture. Say it
No,
again.
I don't. What do you mean? First of all, that was not a part of the list that you had previously.
I
Okay. I
just
don't know.
added it to the
This is
list.
ever since the big beautiful
It's one
bill.
of the
I
new
love
ones.
saying it because I'm trying to wake mofos up. So here's the problem. I guess I was under the impression that it was because we were going to stick with coal. And because of that, obviously we gain a lot of efficiencies here and then we would be able to offset them. Not that I'm with the carbon capture pipelines, but let's just say if there had to be a reason, it's because we're still using coal. But lo and behold, what I find out from our friend Rance, who I'm trying to bring up here right now,
I brought him up. He dropped back down.
oh yeah, I'm trying to get him back up, is that we are switching over to the green energy with the turbines and solar. And I guess I'm what would be, I think, I don't know if it's like 10% of that would be able to be captured. And then the cost of building these facilities are being subsidized, right? Like it is, what's crazy is that, they're giving these as tax credits, right? And all of it's being built out from the Inflation Reduction Act. But what it's like the amount, like the profit is actually not being shared. So this is going straight to the companies. It's just wild. It's a, I just feel like when it comes to this, not only does all of the adverse implications for the community, and let's just say there's going to be a lot of turbulence in trying to figure out um, what the right formula will be for these data centers. Because again, especially these massive ones like in Utah, I think it's kind of an unknown what this is going to do to the grid. You guys know that actually by next year, what was it? I have this in my computer, so I'm in the kitchen.
That's
But
not correct. What you
okay,
just said there.
what? I just said by next year. I didn't even give the number yet.
No number. You said there's an unknown that there's a mystery of what will happen to the grid. That's not true.
Well, they don't even know what they're using in terms of generator and cooling. So how do you know? If there's a missing bit of information there that they haven't disclosed, then how do you know what's going to happen to the grid?
Real quick, let's go to True MAGA so I can get his hand off of the board, and then we'll finish it. Go ahead, True MAGA.
Hey, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to kind of put out what the government is saying about all this. I mean, if you were going to get the White House's take on it, it's
You sound like you're getting in a
basically,
slap fight with your phone. Are you okay?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
yeah, I'm okay. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
go ahead, True MAGA. Continue.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, it's just basically counterterrorism strategy. They can attack future terrorism, foreign, domestic. They're saying it's a necessary tool to track all threats. I mean, it's basically like the Patriot Act is what they're calling it. But I agree with you guys. I mean, And by the way, we should retweet this page. We almost got like 600 people trying to get it to 1,000. Repost it. There's only like 79 reposts there. But it's like pre-crime. You can even ask Grok, is this about White House vows to use Palantir pre-crime surveillance to target anti-Americans and anti-Christians? And it's a new counterterrorism strategy report. If you asked Grok that, you might get some answers. But it's basically, I just want to give you that take on it. There's a giant one in Georgia, 830 acres. A football field's only 1.33 of an acre. So, I mean, these things are just sucking up water, the wells, and they're using eminent domain and all that. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you, man.
So can I just say something really quickly? I think it's useful for the sake of this conversation to kind of separate those things. I'm sure there's overlap, right, with the whole surveillance state and the data fusion and all that.
I mean,
But
there was a lot.
just
There was a lot like kind of thrown in there. I mean,
yeah.
it sounds like you're pretty much taking the same
And
position as
hi,
Sally.
Gary. Yeah, and I mean, it is a thing. I just think that whenever we're trying to figure this out, whenever we kind of pile everything together, it's very difficult to really walk away with a good understanding of it. And
Yeah,
so I
we've
say that,
discussed Palantir and its role in our government and all of the various AI companies and data aggregators and all of that. We've covered that at length in my spaces. So it's not like
yeah.
every people are at least acquainted with it in this regard.
I just wanted to say hi to Gary really quickly. I know he usually slips in and slips out. And just would love to see how you're doing and to get your take on all of this. Gary, what's up? How are you?
Gary's probably owns a data center that's mining Bitcoin right now.
I know you're probably right. Gary, do you and
He's deep in the
Kevin
server
O'Leary
room.
going
He
in?
doesn't have good signal.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Gary. I don't know if you are
Looks like he's
talking or not.
glitched. Nope, he just dropped. I was right. He was in the server room.
Oh, he's back.
I got no data servers. What are y'all talking about? I got no bloody data servers. So what are you guys talking about? Are you talking about just the
The
amount
data
of
centers,
energy, or
Gary, they're building them in Florida. Are you for it or against it?
well, I think the revolution that we're going through, why would I be against, commerce? I mean, what's the question? What, like, against what?
Are you
Yeah.
against it?
Or
Well,
what am I for?
there are protests from locals about it. They're competing for water with the data centers where it's scarce and driving up energy costs for locals. So
Yeah.
And I guess there's that notion. What's being kind of thrown around is that there's this race to get to AGI, and by whatever means necessary, it's kind of justifying the reckless pace, which seems to be
I think we've already hit
affecting.
AGI. I think ASI is what they're trying to achieve,
Oh, well,
Look, I
yeah.
think
So
what we're seeing is we're
which is
seeing
artificial super intelligence, by the way, if anybody doesn't know. Go ahead, continue, Greg.
I, I I just wonder if it's just about this, or I think what we're seeing is the government's changing the way it's going to operate, and it's going to take interest in companies. It's going to take your 401k, your pension, all those funds that have been sitting really passive are going to shift. And I think it's the like this is my biggest, well, not my biggest issue, but if all we did was just stop the wars and brought all those men and women home, and just rebuild our infrastructure, but actually build it, and we build it for the 21st century. Most of our dams and aquifers, our bridges, they're built for. I don't know what the tensile life of a bridge is. I think it's like 70 years, 75 years, and like, dude, we're way way deep into the you know maturity of those assets, and they all have to be rebuilt. So that's what I think you're seeing. Whether it's really about AI, whether we're look, I'm here. I've got friends that really understand this stuff, and I mean, I had a guy.
Are you investing in AI?
Uh,
Mine.
yeah. Well, let me just finish my story, right? So this guy, is mathematical guy, and like he shows up and said, "Dude, I think I've seen God," and he's not a God guy, and he's basically going, the things that this stuff can do now is unbelievable, especially for the individual. So I actually, one, you're not going to stop this now. For whatever reason, you can, build a bunch of conspiracies around it. Or you could say, hey, there is a race, whatever. We are going there. This it actually really has to occur if you believe that planet Earth is being digitized. We're moving in. We're going to move away from fire and the stone wheel, and we're going to move into a transition point, a period. And but like I don't think you can stop this. The analog and the digital world is going to be very difficult for the analog player to survive because they're really, really, really inefficient.
Hey, Gary.
That's probably the greatest amount of inflation that we really get is the inefficiencies of the corporations and all the regulations. But I don't think that we're near. I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunities for individuals. Now,
I don't want
but Diligent, if you look at what happened Friday, IBM, SAP, maybe not SAP, but IBM, and three or four more very boring companies move 20, 30, 40% in one day. So I think what you're seeing is you're seeing people with distribution. You're seeing people that have a bunch of businesses or take care of businesses. IBM still takes care of people with footprints of that could convert data centers. I'm an energy guy. That's my first career, and I got to tell you, there's no chance in hell, not a chance. Like a meteor and Jesus are going to show up on the same day, and it's going to be Friday at 2 p.m. This Friday at 2 p.m. There's no chance in the universe that I'm right about that. There's no chance that 8 gigawatts, much less 80 gigawatts, is going to get built in 2026, 2027, 2028. No chance, man. So these companies, I think you're seeing an investment though from the sovereign. They're going to protect these corporations. I think you're going to see America, hey, we're a corporation and we're going to do whatever it takes to take care of the corporation.
And that Gary, that is exactly like the heart of this space right now. And I was going to ask you, from one Lake Charles guy to another, like I used the analogy earlier of like when Walmart came into small towns and they rolled up every single small business into Walmart. Now people were mad about that. I mean, depending on what side you were on, but effectively Walmart won, right? Because it was a better product. And that's what's happening right now with AI. And if you want to go the government route, in World War II, governments tapped Ford, GMC, anybody else that would listen, build tanks, build planes, build bullets, right? That's what's happening right now. They're partnering with these companies that are going to put you in the driver's seat. Do you have any commentary on that?
No, I think that is what you're doing. And you're going to get the military push and the, well, they may just merge together as one big thing, but you're going to do the commercial.
There's a word for that. There's a word for that.
Well,
what happens when the government merges with industry?
This is the problem, okay? This is the problem. You can laugh about it, but if America is going to compete on the world stage, let's look at our competitors. We have no competitors that are not supported by their sovereigns. Not one. Okay? Not one. You can't operate like that, man. You can't have China willing to lose money for century building coal-fired power stations or whatever.
So you're saying we have to adopt the China model?
They use 3 times the amount they produce 3 times the amount of electricity than we do, and everybody says that's awesome. They don't have those people have no clue what they're talking about. Okay, it's the dirtiest energy. They have massive issues. It's a very large country spread all over the place, and they do not have energy that they control and have
and
logistics
talent from all
control over.
with China
Grok,
is to stay
for
different.
the audience, explain to the people what the model is, the governing model is when government merges with private industry.
It's called corporatism. That's the governing model where government and big corporations become deeply intertwined. The state uses private companies to carry out its goals, and in return, those companies get favorable regulations, government contracts, subsidies, and protection from competition. It's different from pure capitalism, where companies live or die by the
Grok,
market,
Grok,
and different from
Grok.
socialism,
She can't
where
hear
the
you.
government owns the
And then
Hey, ask
Grok,
Grok
hold on,
when
hold
was the
on, hold
last
on, hold
time
on,
we
hold
had
on, hold
pure
on.
capitalism in the United States? When was
Hold
the
on, hold
last
on,
Got
hold
it.
on.
date?
I'll hold on.
What was that, Gary?
Ask her, she said, different from capitalism. Oh, really? When was the last time we had capitalism?
That's when
No,
government
Never,
and
but
big
we're moving further. Okay,
or
go
a
ahead.
free market.
We're
Ask
moving away
ask
from
her
that.
that.
Yeah, we're at crony capitalism now, right? That's what you're describing.
Well, I'm
Hey,
interested to see what she
Dilly,
said because she
ask her.
Hold on,
suggested there was something called
because
capitalism.
when production becomes AI, hold on, Grok, what is the model when government controls the means of production like we have in China? Explain that for the audience.
That model is called state capitalism. In China's version, the government doesn't just regulate or partner with companies, it actually controls the most important ones. The Chinese Communist Party directly controls or heavily directs the major corporations, especially in strategic sectors like AI, semiconductors, energy, and data centers. The private companies still technically have owners, but the state can tell them what to do, install party committees inside them, and make sure they follow government strategy.
Dilly, can you ask this Grok agent when in World War II was corporatism favorable or non-favorable to the U.S.?
Grok, was corporatism favorable or non-favorable to the U.S. in World War II?
It was favorable in the short term. During World War II, the U.S. used a strong version of government industry collaboration through the War Production Board. The WPB told companies what to make, allocated scarce materials, and converted factories from cars to tanks and planes. This setup helped the U.S. outproduce everyone else. We made about 40% of the world's munitions during the war. Stalin himself said the Allies couldn't have won without American production. That heavy coordination delivered results when the country faced an existential threat. However, it was a wartime emergency measure, not a permanent system. It came with inefficiencies, favoritism toward big companies, and was quickly dismantled after the war. So while it worked for winning
Favoritism
WWE,
tories big companies
Yeah, and
Dilly,
I think
also
that's
could
the
be
Dilly,
called.
okay.
Hold
ask
on, David.
Grok.
Hold
Hold on.
on,
Dilly,
David. Hold
ask
on.
Hold on
Grok.
a
Don't
second,
Dilly,
talk over
Dilly,
me,
David.
bro.
Dilly.
David,
All right.
stop
Yeah. Don't
yelling
talk
at
over me.
Diligent. Will you relax, bro?
Yeah.
I'm
Chill out. Chill
sorry.
out.
I've never
Yeah.
muted anybody
Grok,
before, but
explain what despotism is.
despotism is when one person or a very small group holds absolute power, with no real checks or balances. The ruler can make any decision they want, pass laws, punish people, seize property, without needing approval from courts, legislatures, or the public.
And
There's no meaningful
Grok, explain historically, explain the risk of corporatism leading to despotism.
Historically, corporatism has been a very effective tool for consolidating power and sliding into despotism. The clearest example is Mussolini's Italy. He used corporatism to organize the entire economy into state controlled corporations that grouped workers and employers together under government oversight. In theory, it was a third way between capitalism and socialism. In practice, it let the regime crush independent labor unions, eliminate class conflict, and bring every major economic interest under direct state control. Once those corporations were locked in, there were no independent power centers left outside the state. Everything had to go through the system Mussolini controlled. That's exactly how you get from government working with industry to full-blown dictatorship, by making private organizations extensions of the state. The famous slogan from that era was, "Everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state." That's not partnership, that's total control, and corporatism gave them the structure to make it happen.
So Grok, since we're moving towards, or there's a lot of correlation with corporatism to what we're seeing today with the Big Beautiful Bill and some of the other measures taken by the acting government. What are the similarities between the model we see emerging by Palantir contracts and similar private entities which are now working directly for or with the government? What are the parallels we're witnessing today, and what kind of emerging system can America be described as, given what we're seeing emerging?
The parallels are pretty clear. Palantir has become deeply embedded across government agencies USDA, DHS, DoD, IC, IRS, handling data integration, AI analytics, surveillance, fraud detection, and national security functions. These aren't arm's length contracts anymore. Palantir's platforms are effectively becoming the operating system for parts of the federal government, especially in defense and immigration enforcement. The One Big Beautiful Bill appears to have accelerated funding and tax incentives for AI infrastructure and tech, which benefits these favored players. This mirrors classic corporatism in a few ways. Government picks winners in strategic sectors, AI data, and funnels resources their way. Private companies gain massive influence over government operations while staying technically private. Blurry lines between public policy and corporate interests. The emerging system in America right now is best described as state corporatism, or crony capitalism with American characteristics. Heavy government industry fusion in critical tech areas, selective industrial policy, and a handful of powerful firms acting as quasi extensions of the state. It's not full Mussolini style corporatism yet, and it's not China's state capitalism, but the trajectory is toward much tighter integration between government and a small number of tech defense giants.
And one last question, Grok. How does corporatism or the Mussolini model or whatever it is we are heading towards, how does that directly conflict with the founders' ideas of the United States of America, especially when it comes to the Declaration of Independence and its position on despotism? Despotism, sorry.
It directly contradicts them. The Declaration of Independence says governments are created to secure our unalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that they derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. When a government becomes destructive of those ends and shows a design to reduce the people under absolute despotism, it is the right and duty of the people to alter or abolish it. Corporatism, especially the Mussolini model, flips that on its head. It merges state power with powerful private interests, so major economic decisions get made by government officials and corporate insiders together, outside real consent of the people. Power flows from the top down partnership, not from the citizens. That creates exactly the kind of concentrated, unaccountable authority the founders saw as the road to tyranny. The founders designed the system to prevent any small group, whether kings, factions, or powerful economic interests, from capturing the state. Madison warned heavily about factions in Federalist 10. Jefferson explicitly feared an aristocracy of our moneyed corporations challenging the government itself. So corporatism doesn't just clash with their ideas, it is the kind of structural threat they wrote the Declaration to resist.
Just a point. Just one point. Go ahead, Mays, and then we'll go to David and JP.
Yeah, I think Rand said a
Oh,
point
okay. Go ahead,
mostly.
Mays. I'm sorry. Call on whoever you want.
Okay, no. So I just want to say that also when talking about like what helps America, it is worthy to kind of view it from different lenses. Like there's the advancing of the empire, and sometimes that's at the expense of the average American. And that's what we want to avoid, right? Like I'm all for us being as competitive as we can be. I'm all for us for, being technologically advanced and being in the race, right? And I'm not anti AI or data centers. I just think that there's a lot of propaganda that's driving people to like, you're anti-patriotic if you don't like it's we're going to end up under the gun of CCP and all this shit. I think that's a little bit crazy. And I also think that when we're looking at the way we are popularizing public private partnerships, there are benefits, but a lot of the regulatory agencies that are there to protect us, right? Like they're there. I'm not saying they need to go overboard and have all of this red tape and bureaucracy, but they are essentially they're purposeful for a reason. They're there for a reason. And a lot of what the private public partnerships does is it kind of creates this little detour for them to not have to adhere to those regulatory measures. So I think that that's something that's important. I'll toss it over to Rance. I know he wanted to add on. Go ahead, Rance.
I wasn't sure if you guys talked about Span and what NVIDIA is rolling out. If you guys didn't talk about
No.
that, you guys
Yeah,
better go.
buddy, but I want to hear your thoughts on it. Expand it. We touched on it very briefly.
Perfect, because I think you guys like missed the point. That's why I jumped up here because you guys like sort of rolled the conversation away from the large language models versus the small language models. And what NVIDIA's CEO just came out last week and announced they already built 100 homes. They have 100 more homes that they're expanding out, and what they're calling basically their AI server nodes, the XFRA nodes that are coming to your homes. Okay, these are basically like little AC units that they're going to stick outside of your home, okay? And they're going to charge you a flat rate for $150, $120 and say that you don't have to pay an energy cost no more because they're going to cover your cost of energy, all right? In the fact that they can now utilize your home's power grid while you're not home. Okay. I don't know if anybody rolled out or talked into that, but I just want to let you know that this is now decentralizing the strategy that they have for building out AI centers. Because if they can hit 200 million homes, they will have no need to build giant data centers. Okay. They won't have the need to pull massive water from one group. So they are, as much as I hate, and fight against the AI and the overregulation and the overreach and the non-protection and the legislation and all of that bullshit, right? They are making strategies moves to fix the issues with the energy grid, right, with the consumer product. But then we have to ask ourselves what that invasion of privacy is, all right, our sovereignty, liberty, how this affects us. Who does this benefit? Do you actually receive the benefits? Because I think that's a really important question that we should ask. Thanks, Diligent.
Yeah, and let me.
But don't they get paid for having that too? Don't you get 22,000 a year
Yeah,
or something like that?
that's hype, but yes, there's money involved.
I did not read that anywhere when I was going through the program. So if you guys could send me anything or post anything more on that, I would love to see it.
Yeah, and
Yeah, Rance.
I can't see you
Go
speaking,
ahead.
but there's also a Tesla, a view of when your car, a Tesla, if you have a Tesla, for example, when you plug it in at night, it can run inference for the Tesla network, for instance. But what I would say is, generally speaking, the corporatism versus despotism. I'm a sovereignty maximalist. Personally speaking, so my family and I, like we have our measures in place for sovereignty. First and foremost, I mean, we'll make it a year, 2 years, with if nobody looked on us at all, and that is like lost on the American people. So like, and the idea of like, okay, I'm gonna put a data center over here, and I can't, you know, we can't abide because our energy prices went up 3 cents a kilowatt hour. Is like, okay, fair, but you have your people. I mean, you should have people, right? If you go read what's his name? I'm drawing a blank on his name. Jeez. In the 1700s, 1800s, the guy it's Alexis de Tocqueville. He came here to America and was wondering why this fledgling nation was kicking the shit out of everybody on the planet Earth. And one of his main like observation was the mountain man could read. He could read the newspaper. He understood. Information traveled fast, right? And that's what's happening right now. And my submission to this group here is that the same thing that happened in World War II, where the government came in and asked Ford, GM, everybody else to build tanks and planes and bullets. You're doing the same thing here with AI. Now you may disagree with that, which is fair, but and distillation of LLM models is happening so quickly that okay, that's probably my biggest weak point. But unless we're gonna, you know, yield as an entire country, and we're all going to go back to the idea that we're going to yoke together and be friends, and I'm going to know my neighbor, and we're going to bake bread together, versus just building data centers. This seems crazy to me.
Yeah, can I just toss in? I think that's important that we understand that, well, like, what's at stake here is the fact that, like, we're having a sovereignty battle, right? So if we look at the sovereignty principle and what they rest on, I think you can break it down into three foundation propositions, basically, right? The first pillar I would say is the origin of sovereignty. So within the constitutional republic, sovereignty originates with the people. The government possesses and delegates the authority. The institutes possess and delegate the authority, and the original sovereignty remains with the citizenry of whom the legitimate authority is derived from, right? And then the second pillar would be the sovereignty test. And I think that this will be an exercise in the authority, right, that should be evaluated upon according to the effects upon a citizen's sovereignty. The actions and the strength of independence, accountability, ownership, your self-governance, and the constitutional liberties, right, should fall under the satisfier of like this test. So when we're looking at the actions that we should be taking or looking at, right, it's like, where do these weaknesses and the capacities fail to this test, regardless of where they're stated in the intentions of the Constitution, right? And then the third pillar, I guess, would be the failure of the preservation of the principles. No institution, in my mind, should become immune to failure. Everybody should fail, all right? Failure, to me, is a necessary mechanic for accountability. Failure preserves the feedback of society. Failure limits the concentration of power, in my opinion. So, as a republic, I would challenge to ask that, like, if we don't preserve the institutions at the expense of the accountability and the transfer of our sovereignty from the citizens to the institution, do we even have liberty? And can we preserve it for the future generations? I would
I,
just ask that.
I was with you till the third point, and you said the idea that any institution, its nature is to fail,
I wouldn't
because
say nature. I would say it would have to have the option to fail, right? Like it cannot be, we can't bail out everything for eternity and say that it's a working unit, right? We have to, let's say, the banks should have failed. The car dealerships should have failed, right?
It's
Like
self-correcting, basically. Like
yes,
they
thank you for
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
No, it does. So that nuance is helpful. So I do agree with you there, and I do actually think that y- as an individual, right? Like I look very little to my like community to support me. And I don't mean that just from, my neighbors down the street, but I mean even the federal government. And so that's my personal bent, and that's what I am trying to do with my wife and my family and my children. And so, like, yeah, I do agree with that notion, but not everybody agrees to that. And so that's where it becomes like a really odd argument to have, because sovereignty in and of itself, because we were talking about earlier, it was just like this idea that, okay, if a person could come in, and we're doing Walmarts, but AI data centers. If somebody wants to sell their land to build an AI data center, does the government have a right to shut that down? Like, how sovereign is that person that owns that land? And I live in Texas, where the King Ranch lives, and they have had this argument countless times. And so
What
it's
about
not.
eminent domain, the opposite of that? I think that, yeah, in that case, let's just say, but the likelihood of everybody within a certain, I don't know, boxes are all going to be like, yeah, I would like to sell. Same happened with carbon capture pipelines. Like, there were a lot of people, especially across Iowa, South Dakota. I mean, they
Yeah,
had
yeah.
major problems with these organizations that basically were not giving them a choice, right? They'd already surveyed it. So it was either going to be easy or made hard, you know? So
Yeah,
just yeah, but go ahead.
yeah, I'm not saying this is an easy answer, right? Like, and that's why I go back to, like, how sovereign are you really? If a company, and I used to work for them, right? And we eminent domain people, and the idea, the concept is that you fleece the individual for the greater good. That's the main logical philosophical thrust is that this person's land or the 100 feet of right of way that they want
But David, let
is
me ask you this: who
you know
determines if the greater good is act like who's determining that? Because sometimes the greater good is really the corporate's benefit, right? Their profit margins or what makes sense to them. Because sometimes it's
well, I
not
mean,
the.
I mean, yeah, no,
Go ahead.
it's a great question. It's a great question. Trust me, I'm not um, void of this thought process, which is, and I'm not advocating one for the other, because if I was a person who had land, and I don't, so I have a small house in Houston, and I'm never going to
I
get
thought you
eminent
lived in a
domain, right?
nice homestead. You know, like you could disappear for 2 years. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I have guns and ammo and water and food, but I don't have like a water well and like a farm.
But you
But
still don't own anything. You still don't own anything because let's say you even want to run sustainable living, right? You still have to register for permits, and even if you file for
yeah,
it and
yeah,
it's
and
free
and
for
and then
sustainable,
and
you
then the
have to
worst thing about
report it.
Texas, yeah, the worst thing about Texas is property tax. I think it's insane. I think personally think that's insane.
I'm just saying anywhere, just like even if you take property tax out, right, and you're just living on a homestead, right, you're not a sovereign citizen because if you were free, right, of the government control in every aspect, you would be able to feed yourself, right? Where you can't. Where if you even own homestead, you still have to report your animals, the livestock you're butchering,
No, no,
the
no. Yeah,
amount of
fair, fair,
eggs.
fair,
Okay, right? Like
fair.
that's not
Yeah, fair. But
freedom.
what
That's
I'm
not
saying
liberty. That's
for
not sovereignty.
yeah, for David, I'm a sovereignty maximalist. I'm trying to get as sovereign as I possibly can, given the restraints that you know, the yoke I'm
And I think that's
underneath,
a key
right?
word that you just said. Given
Yeah.
the restraints on your freedom, okay, is the problem. I think that's where we need to wake up to.
No, no,
So
no.
yeah,
I,
I
I
think
know
we're
we.
all on the same side, David, because most of us are in that same mindset. Like we 100% are maximalists, right? Sovereign maximalists, and I think that understanding where that, and I feel like we can figure it out. I don't think it's an impossible equation right now. I definitely think it's tilted towards
Well,
more
Sally,
of the.
Sally, can I ask you a question? Can
That's
I ask
not
you a question?
Sally, it's Maze. But oh, you can ask
Oh,
Sally a
Maze, I'm
question.
sorry.
It's
The
okay.
thing is so messed up. Maze, can I
And
ask you a
I'm
question?
coming to you, JP, in just a second. Sure.
Maze, can I ask you a question? So my wife and I we're at a local church. We have 50, 60 people every Sunday for our Bible study. Like, how are you succeeding in the sovereignty maximalist? Because to be honest with you, for me, like the people that I'm around, they even in church, right? Like supposedly like Jesus Christ our Lord and Savior, and we're Protestant, and we have this like view, and like I'm dying on the vine. I'm here, like, what is going on here? Like, why do you guys not care about this? What are y'all? Whoever wants to talk, like, what are y'all doing that's actually like resonating or having success?
I'm gonna hitchhike to Alaska and I'm gonna go wherever Rance is because Rance has mastered this whole thing. um, no, but I'm not making progress in that way. I will say that when it comes to it's my fight is here, right? Like I'm kind of more of an information distributor just to be able to assess the environment, to get a pulse check, like what's really going on in the world. I think a lot of it weeding through what these narratives are and trying to get an understanding by looking at legislation, by looking at what these like long-term projected visionary documents and strategy documents, corporate strategy, global strategy, like all of this is kind of there. It's just very difficult to assess now with AI, ironically, right? We do have the ability to actually understand our environment and to understand where our fight could be. And I think that there's not enough people on the side of the people actually fighting to find the balance between how do we, kind of still be the land of opportunity without it being at the expense of the everyday person. So this is where my fight is. I'm not necessarily the greatest when it comes to I feel like okay, there's a side of me, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like if I invest a lot of time and energy into the prepper type of mindset, that I would also be manifesting that outcome. But that's just the woo-woo side, so don't pay attention to
Could we
that.
get America here? Where's America at?
Where's America?
No, there's a person with a hand up.
Oh
America.
yeah, yeah. I was gonna go to go ahead, America, and then we're gonna tap in with JP.
Yeah, I did have a question for Gary before they dropped back down and came back up. I think he said something along the lines of America may have to adapt its approach to stay competitive with other countries. Um, do we think the systems that the other countries implement will put more pressure on the United States to adapt, or does the current approach and the current strategy, do you think that's enough to maintain America's leadership in the tech space?
Yo, look, what I said was I challenge anyone to tell me what country has corporations, whether they're good or not is irrelevant, but most countries we compete with, if not all, the sovereigns support the corporations. And we haven't had a free market since I've been alive. We've had a lot of conversation about free markets. We've had people write dissertations on our exceptionalism based on free markets, but we've not had free markets. We've had highly regulated public entities. Well, I think divisions of the US government for many decades pretending to be public companies. And I think that's what we're seeing. I mean, just look at the Dell, IBM, Hewlett Packard, names you haven't considered in like forever, and they're all up 15 to 30% last week alone. So it looks like we're going to just we're going to do everything we can, including sovereign support, which would be a really natural move for us relative to where the world's going, but also where we are fiscally. I think you probably need. I know nobody likes this, okay, but you probably need this land grab, resource grab, consolidate it, and because it could be very well, if it's not a one winner, one guy wins the whole, the entire game, it most certainly isn't going to be more than 3 or 4, right? This is a game of really big numbers now. And I don't think you do that. Look, they're going to do that anyway. I think for me, the AI and our ability to innovate around the problems are going to give the good guys as much power as the bad guys.
Thanks for
Do
the
you think
clarity.
that
That
we're
makes a lot more
accelerating the
sense.
tilt, Gary?
Do I think that I think that people are underestimating how fast this is happening?
I
Yes.
agree. America, were you going to ask a follow up?
Oh, no, I was just saying thanks for the clarity. Makes a lot more sense now. I see where you're coming from.
Sweet. Thank you for the question. All right, JP, thanks for being patient.
Yeah, hey, thank you very much for the mic. So, I tossed my hat in the ring there when we were talking about data centers and driving up the cost of energy, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to layer on I just want to add one layer onto the onion there that is significant. So everybody's loves to hate Mr. Horrible lately, O'Leary, because he wants to build this 10-mile long data center in Utah, right? Couple that with Zuckerberg his data center is, they said, bigger than the island of Manhattan. If you overlay it, it's getting obscene. But however, two things, right? So this is being folded into the economy in more ways than meets the eye, right? There's actually the Chicago Mercantile Exchange is actually adding a new commodity to be traded on the futures market called compute. I mean, it's right next to corn, wheat, soybeans, and pork bellies and cattle and silver, gold and aluminum and copper.
Can you explain it?
There's actually a futures market on compute capacity. It's like electricity. It's like oil. It's becoming a commodity, and that's, I think, what is intriguing O'Leary to get into the game. Mostly, it's obviously it's a real estate play also, but again, to wrap your brain around it. So the compute itself is becoming a tradable commodity, right? So the same way like airlines could hedge fuel prices for their jets by going out to the futures market for oil contracts, the same way an airline can manage their book, a hyperscaler now could or one of these Sam Bankman-Fried, Sam Altman type AI guys can actually hedge their book of business by going out to the futures market for the compute capacity. I mean, look at Elon. He leased out his entire Colossus One data center to Anthropic last week. I don't know if you guys caught that, right? Elon's already on his
Yeah,
second.
yeah. This
His
this is exactly the kind of stuff I'm talking about, man.
yeah,
And
but
JP, people are bitching about these deals, saying, "Well, they're circular," and it's like, "Yeah, dude, they're good. All the
yes and
companies
no.
are going to do better."
Yeah, no.
But how can you explain to me, Gary? Because I'm in like third grade. Because I guess how does
Yeah,
this
we
help
can
an
come back
important
to it, but
industry?
let JP finish it. I don't want to break
Okay.
JP, but we can come back to it. Just remember.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We're on the bigger subject, right? So the compute itself is becoming a factory. Think of it like U.S. Steel, right? U.S. Steel creates steel as a commodity, and then it's turned into cars and pipelines and a million other things, right? It's the same thing with these data centers are becoming like the new U.S. Steel.
JP, we're right back where we were with Enron in
Well, that was
95. And remember when fiber began, we were going to
the glut.
trade
It was a
bandwidth,
glut.
we were going to trade fiber. They were right, but it took
Enron.
20 years.
Enron.
Okay.
Yeah. But
And
Enron was a scam. I mean, come on.
well, it created the greatest energy market in the world today. I mean, bar none, that era created the greatest market, the most true free market of any market in the world is energy. Oil. This is why oil couldn't get past $100. I mean, I think oil shows you that if you have competition, this thing with Iran showed us that the oil market is so decentralized that it really doesn't get out of control unless someone actually is trying to distort it. And even then, it is very difficult to do. Embargoes do not work on a barrel of crude oil that you can't encrypt, track, or trace. I mean, it's a barrel of oil, man. It's a bunch of black stuff that you can't, maybe one day they'll put microbes in it and they'll track that, but that's currency.
The streets are not as blocked as people think, right? Don't forget, right?
I agree, dude.
Saudi has the port on the Red Sea on the other side. They're shipping a lot of oil every single day. It's not as cut off as we're led to believe. That's a fact. There's a pipeline that
But
goes
we're
all the way on
saying
the other
to
side
avoid
to the Red
worst
Sea.
case. We're saying to avoid worst case scenario, but I mean the impact is still felt, right? I mean there's still the ripple. I mean, and there's
Well,
going to be
they
more.
were. Hey, remember Trump said his advisor said it was going to go to 300. I thought, wow, they should hire me as their advisor or just fire everybody else. That's stupid. But he was willing to go do this, knowing his advisor said 250 to 300. He even bragged about it. It can't. And listen, both Exxon and Chevron CEOs are saying 2 months we have an issue. We're going to see another surge in prices. There's shortages everywhere. Yeah, that could happen, but it won't be much over $100.
Putin is making a fortune. He's got a lot of reserve that isn't talked about.
Oh God,
Russia's drowning in
crushed
oil.
it,
It always
dude.
has been. It always has
They
been. It's
Can I?
absolutely crushed it.
Hey
yeah.
JP and Gary, can I expand on that computing power real quick? Sam Altman was just in a podcast like a week ago where they were talking to different energy regulators around the nation on a roundtable, and the conversation got brought up about like what is driving the auction prices up for JPM and how they've went from $22 a kilowatt hour to $546 today a kilowatt hour, and they
That
said,
happened
well,
today, man.
yeah, so they sold off auction the highest kilowatt hour ever on record, $546. Okay, this is
That was
insane.
one. That was just a 1 hour wedge.
Yeah, 1 hour wedge because
Yeah.
they've been auctioning. They auction off the power grid in the East Coast, right? Well,
Yeah.
the Northeast Coast, right?
Yeah.
And so he came out and Sam Altman said, well, look at it this way, right? If our data center on average for an hour of computing time cost us $50,000 in kilowatt hours, right? And so they're like, we spend 50,000, maybe high end if they're ever paying high auction prices, $80,000. Okay. Sam Altman said their hour of renting out a computer space to companies is generating on average $1 billion an hour. So at that point, he said, at which point, how do you compete with us? Because the margin of us
Can't.
spending on electricity right now is outrageous. They could go up to, he said, $500 million in cost fee, and it still makes them benefit, outpacing for the computing costs of what they're charging right now.
You know,
Well,
these product,
then they can solve the problem of all the homes and displacement and water issues. I mean, that's basically what he's saying,
Yeah,
right?
well, that's sort of what I took from it. If they're gonna be bragging about that, averaging $1 billion, right? They were average. He was joking about how some of them are hitting $10 billion an hour just for the
Yeah.
1 hour of computing, right? And so at that point, we should make these people pay for all of our infrastructure, the roads, the
Well, they'll
electricity
have to.
grids.
They'll have to, Rand. I mean, let's be honest. Okay, you're not gonna like one if they start talking about nuclear modular or nuclear facilities in a neighborhood. It's like, bro, that's going to destroy property prices. That'll take 10 years to get done. I mean, you're joking, right? And even putting the little tiny units in the house, like it's being advertised, that's going to stress the shit out of the grid. You do that 300,000 times. Let me give you an example, guys. Okay, a real life example. So just so everyone knows, my first career was in the energy business for 25 years. Okay, and I helped build 3 companies. Now, where was I going with? I was trying to talk about the.
the grid and the auction going out of control, and the load on the grid.
Yeah. Look, you can't. You just can't stress. Like in the country of England, okay, there's assume 65 million people. This was back in 2000 and early 2000s. 70 million people, okay? If simply they were to all remove the plug from their TV that stays in the plug all night long, right? That everybody has to have on immediately on with their little remote so everything's instant. If simply everyone unplugged the TVs, okay, they would save 400 megawatts. 400 megawatts. The amount of waste that most people have around electricity. For instance, you guys have not suffered any pain with electricity prices whatsoever. Every one of you think it's too cheap because not one of you turned your computer off last night. Your laptop stayed open. Your iPhone stayed plugged in. I mean, you guys are sucking immense amounts of energy that just is pure convenience at this point. So I think you're going to see a regime, and they're going to start it in Europe because Europe has no energy, and you're going to be monitored on how much energy you can use, and the utilities are going to get the rest.
Well, the governor of Pennsylvania dropped an announcement just like what yesterday or the day before, saying that for them to conserve power and energy, that people need to turn their lights off. Boston,
You're going to see what's it called, curfews, power curfews in Europe this summer. Guarantee I bet $1,000 on it, and you're
what do
going to
you
see it
think
here
about
too.
what do you think about
You're gonna
Boston
see it in
and
PJM too.
You'll
what
see
do
it.
you,
I mean, well, now that should not really happen. They'll blame the weather or something, but look, it's an old system, man. Our grids are old. Okay, they're not centralized in any way. They were put together in 1940 and 50s, and the railroads, right? Like so, there's just the problems with the California is so broke, it's ridiculous. PG&E, SoCal Edison, they can't keep their pipes clean. Okay, there's been no reinvestment whatsoever. I mean, imagine the work they need to do. I mean, in fact, we're moving into a civilization where you shouldn't have any telephone poles up. I mean, how stupid is that, right? All of that has to get taken down for the world we're going to. That, to me, that makes sense to me. It's going to be a different world. I mean, I think personally,
So I mean, you're bringing up Europe, right? Do you know how close we were last week to losing like New Hampshire and New England and
no, I
all
don't,
those?
man. I don't
Uh,
follow it. How close
oh,
were you
okay. So
guys?
they ran out of LNG last week, and they literally had to truck in to keep the
What
LNG
do you, oh,
plant going.
Boston? You said Boston ran out
Yeah,
of LNG?
Boston. Yeah, they
Yeah.
ran out of LNG, and they literally had to truck in Bic lighter fluid, okay, to keep the LNG running until they got the plant back online.
That's because they refused to permit pipelines to be built into New England for years. They've
Yeah,
been
100%. The environmentalists that have damaged the construction of this country is irreparable. We have spent trillions of dollars building bad transfer lines and pipelines and stopping pipelines.
Imagine,
That's
Rant, imagine what we could do if we didn't have regulations, man.
And
You'd have
and
shit
and to the
rolling in
point,
here from
Bic lighter
Canada.
fluid is butane. Like, let's be real about this.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's not. It wasn't quite butane level, right? It was sort of just like crude fuel, right?
Yeah.
Where it wasn't,
Keep the
chemically.
pressure in the equipment.
Yeah, just keep the pressure in the equipment, right? So if we're talking about like the no regulations, right? I'm kind of on this kick right now, and you might be able to contradict me or tell me I'm just a crazy person, right? But I kind of feel like we should be nationalizing our oil and our energy grid. If we're gonna
I
be
just, then
making
if we're
it,
gonna do that, we might as well just nationalize the whole thing.
do you think that's a wise idea, or is that just
I think that's
far
where we're
fetched?
headed, man. Big is better. Better is big. No fail. Look, General Electric will not be allowed to fail. Okay, let's be clear. There's too many companies now. SpaceX is not going to be allowed to fail, right? I mean, Amazon just blew his dick off, so he's not going anywhere for 2 years. So there's less competition now.
Do you know that
Uh,
he tried to evaluate his company? It was something like, I don't know, it was insane. It was in the trillions, but like, I think what they,
who are you talking about?
SpaceX.
Yeah, well, it's going public in 2 weeks, so
Yep. And that's the crazy thing is that, like, should it get fast tracked into the indexes with these very high inflated valuations?
well, are
Because
they inflated?
yeah, so there was this lady, or what's her name? Tiffany Rance, what's her name? She broke it down. She broke down the numbers. She was on a podcast with Harrison, and they broke it down. And according to the numbers, they're averaging,
Who
I
who
think.
who 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 is this that's determined it's
Well, because based on how much they're losing, they're still losing profit like year after year. I think it was an insane amount. Let me
yeah.
pull it up so I give you some precise. But it
Amazon lost money for almost a decade. Google lost money. Um, I mean, almost every major player at some point has lost money for a long. Facebook just blew 80 billion on Meta. What an idiot he is! But look, there's something going on in the market. I mean, you can't not look at it. Okay, like IBM up 12%. Okay, IBM hasn't done anything in like forever since they mandated white shirts. That's a return over a lifetime of 1,900% compared to ExxonMobil at 6,000%. Let's I just you got Microsoft doing nothing. I think Microsoft's going to explode. Now, their all-time change is 463,000% compared to IBM that I just read you. I mean, I think what we're seeing, and remember, that's been since the late 90s, Microsoft, okay? That was their heyday. Mid 90s, yeah, and then they exploded right into the 2001 era, and they didn't do anything since then for 24 years. I would watch companies that haven't done anything for 24 years. They've been just boring up until just recently. I mean, it's really fascinating. Dell, okay? I mean, not to bore you guys, but like this all happened last week. Dell's its lifetime all time is only 1,846% compared to Microsoft I just gave you. They're up in the last month alone 100%. This is Dell Dell Tech, right?
Dell has some new thing that I forgot what I just read about them last week.
Yeah, well,
They're
they
part
got
of
a
some
new
new
investor
endeavor.
called Trump.
Probably.
IBM, okay? Trump was with IBM today, stroked the guy's right shoulder, said, "You guys have done a great job. You haven't done very much lately. We're going to get you up and running." Okay? Guess what they're doing? 1 month, they're up 29%. I'm probably going to buy IBM. I cannot believe, the host asked me if I owned any of these companies. I don't right now. And it's a fair question to ask everybody that's got an opinion on this shit. Hey, do you own any of this stuff? I never thought in 5 years that I would be talking about buying IBM instead of Bitcoin. And that response explains to you why Bitcoin's doing what it's doing too.
Bro, I heard a whole bunch of stuff. I got to run that by you. That's another space though about Bitcoin. I can't wait to get your take on it.
Yeah,
With
just
all
my thoughts, you know. I
yeah.
mean, there's just things that are doing spectacular. And these are not bad companies. I mean, I could go to Palantir. Palantir hadn't done anything the last month. You know,
Please
it's
don't
probably.
invest in Palantir.
Well,
This
I
is
would
super
never. I would probably never invest in Palantir. Most certainly wouldn't do it now because I don't have to invest in a really, really. Look, all these companies are. I mean, you guys do know that they've all been sharing information for years with the United States government, right? Like if we're upset about what's gonna happen, maybe we should just confront what has been happening. I mean, Zuckerberg admitted in public, in front of Congress, and in writing that he worked for the United States government and many divisions of during 2019, 2020, 2021. I mean, to me, he said enough to say, wow, they were racketeering, dude, and corruption, just organized crime.
With the censorship alone, yeah.
Spying on its customers and also censoring its customers and deceiving its shareholders. But like, I want to know if I've got an investment with somebody and they're giving the fucking data to the United States government and breaching every right on the planet under the Constitution. I mean, it just sounds horrendous. And the guy's still in the job. So that's where we're headed, I think. Everyone's going to get rich. The Epstein thing's going to get swallowed up by everyone because you will not have a friend in the circle that's not just getting paid a shitload of money, or they're just going to become not part of the club. And
I
it's too
never
big.
want to be a part of that club though.
It's too, yeah, but it's too many people to fight. At this point, it's literally going to be, look, how much money can you guys make? Let's make it. But I think they're going to use that to reinflate this balloon. And so to me, the good news is, well, I think people have a real opportunity if they're smart and they really think it through. And I am rethinking my strategy right now because of all of this. This is very, very, I mean, this is happening much faster than I thought. I thought there was going to be more time. This thing's unraveling. It's re-raveling. It's being repackaged very, very rapidly, and it's not being done like it was done when Henry Paulson was around, and it was too late. See, they were too late in 08. That's why they had to scramble. They know. I don't think these guys know that they don't have a freaking problem. Okay, they're not dumb people. Not the team that's working there. And I'm not privy to anything, but I just know they're not dumb. So something's going on. I mean, and if you have, and maybe that was the message in China, okay? Anybody that was on that airplane, I would probably invest money in those companies if you can swallow what they do and their management style. I think that was the message. hey, you're going to have to take my military on and the best minds on planet Earth. You know, just as a reminder, there isn't a company in Europe that even comes close to the Fortune 500 in the United States. That's what shows you what regulations do and lack of innovation and not hiring the right people and having the right culture. It says a lot, doesn't it? Not
Do
one
you
of
think
them.
that we're gonna face problems here? Oh, sorry, Maze.
No, go ahead. Ask your question, and then I see Tom
Do
has
you
his
do
hand
you
up. I'd
think
love
that
to
we're
hear
gonna
him.
face problems here as we're growing with like this anti-tech movement that like people are just asking like I don't feel like I'm anti-tech. I feel like I'm just anti-securities and sovereign rights that aren't being protected right now, right? And we just seen a guy get arrested for trying to orchestrate an event for a data center or an anti-data center thing, right? And he literally got arrested and charged with stalking a fellow congressman. Do you feel like as we're going forward that this
Well,
is
if
going
he
to be
was
more of a
stalking a
problem?
congressman, man, I mean, come on,
Well, he
let's,
wasn't even stalking him
yeah,
from what I'm
well,
just
yeah,
saying
but
if
you
you watch the
said,
video, he wasn't stalking him, but that's what they
okay,
claim.
yeah. So, okay, we have one guy that was striking. I got it. This is going to be a sensitive subject. Um, you're not going to win it. Okay. Hey, listen, the Green Movement in the 80s, 90s, they did you no favors. Okay. I'm not even sure they were working for what they said they were working for. They actually did a shitty job. Okay. They kept requiring the price of oil. They educated the oil companies. Hey, if you just keep the price down low enough, we'll never be able to compete with you. And guess what happened? So you got the greenies should be really happy at $100 crude oil. Okay. You're still not going to make it work. Okay. Like I think we're moving into a very different energy complex. Look, the solar and wind, it's a fucking joke, an absolute joke. I know you feel good about your little propellers moving around, but if you look at how much it takes to have those wind farms there, it's disgusting waste of energy. When you could have just had a pipeline run through there, nat gas or some refined crude oil. Nobody
Coal.
wants a
We should go back
refiner.
to coal,
Nobody wants a
Gary.
pipe, in their backyard. And then watch what California does when they have nothing, no water, no electricity. They're going to freak out. Okay. And they're going to lean into Vegas, and then Vegas is going to go broke, which is happening right now. And maybe that's there'll be plenty of land to buy for data centers.
You're already seeing NV Energy pull out of California too. Just look at Lake Tahoe, what they did up there.
Hey, bro, look what they did in New York 9 months ago. I had some big old New York boys going, "Oh, we're coming back." I'm like, "You're full of shit, dude." And they're now in Florida. Okay, that
Yeah.
happened so fast. New York was a city that never got it down, right? It's happening right now. And to me, those are all the signs we need to be looking at. There's a shift going on. California is going to lose its thing. It's so broke, it's stupid. It's the worst education system in the United States. It's it's so broken.
Hey, hey, Gary,
Yeah, sorry.
tell
Sorry
me
for
about
going on so
these.
Well, hold
long. I
on. No, you're
also got
fine. But JP, before you go, I just want to let Tom chime in. He's had his hand up for a second. Do you mind? And then we'll circle back to you. Just hold your thought really quickly. Go
Sure
ahead,
thing.
Tom.
Repost the space, everybody. Bottom
Hey,
right corner. Thank you so much.
thanks. And Gary, I'm really glad to hear your call out on renewable not working. I've got 40 years in the energy planning business, and I know it front and center. But what I'm concerned about is I don't know that the signal of it doesn't work is going to get through, because when you repeat anything often enough, it becomes your truth. And you keep slamming your head against the wall, and then they keep blaming everybody else. I mean, I live in a state where, in 2040 they say, it's going to be carbon free standard, and everybody's doing cartwheels. We need these coal units to stay on a lot longer than what people think. And there's not going to be enough natural gas. You're
we're
going to have
turning
cold
back
weather.
on, dude. We're turning all that shit back on.
Who's we? I want to see it.
Oh yeah. I think
I don't
America
think it's
turned
happening. Yeah, but we
I
got to
think
switch the science. The science has got to get the scientific method is in crisis right now. We're
what do you mean
critical
when you say
thinking,
scientific method?
like global warming not being true. We've got to go back to the science, and because we got Al Gore as our science teacher.
Oh
I don't think it
yeah,
matters if it's
dude.
true or not anymore. We
I
need
don't think
power.
anybody's even considering any of that shit right now.
Yeah, it
I
What
doesn't
think
make
matter.
I
what
don't
makes you
think
think we're running
anyone's
out of nat
The
considering the
gas?
Democrats who are
environment.
all virtue signaling about this is not a political ideology thing anymore. The Democrats who were all signaling about climate change are now pushing forward data centers regardless of the consequences, even though their constituents are lobbying against it. Right? This is about lining pockets and
It's not just lining
making money.
pockets,
In the
though.
industry,
It's like
in
I
the
was saying
industry,
earlier with the NEPA reform.
I'm s-
At some point, we're going to need power so bad you're not going to care about the obscure lizard you've never heard of.
but in the industry, I'm not seeing any pushback for sensibility. They want both and, both and, both and. They want to have all the renewable and they want to have the same block of energy that they get from coal,
It's all the
and
above.
it's going to
It's they,
collide.
they want energy from every possible resource they can. They are going to take whatever, which is not much in comparison, by the way, when it comes to even solar, which is the number one competitor other than nuclear, right? Even solar doesn't
No, number one
match up.
competitor to what?
Well, it goes coal,
No,
nuclear, and then
no,
solar is like the second runner up to
no,
that.
no.
See,
None of that's right.
they
Sorry.
all have
Oh,
a different
LNG.
shape.
I'm sorry, I forgot LNG.
Yeah.
But none of that's right.
Look, it's nukes. Look, all of this is very, very questionable as to what's efficient, but it's nukes, natural gas, coal, and then wind and solar. Like, dude, they're so far down
Solar
the.
is the next one up from wind. The wind is
Yeah,
like
but it's
basically
it's
useless.
it's it's
You,
shit, dude. You can't.
solar's gotten much better than wind,
And
especially
I would
lately.
disagree and say that coal is our most stable resource on the planet across the board. No hands down
There's a reason why
contesting.
China's upped its production more than all the other years combined this last
One
year.
And also, I
coal-fired
would
power
say that when you
station is
add
built
coal
in
and gas,
China every week.
Yeah.
but if you
One
add in their coal,
Yep, that's
so
correct.
a
Alex
week.
Epstein coined this term called coal-R, right? And this is the Chinese method of building coal plants, even though they're not as clean as ours, right? What they're still doing is gasification of their coal, but they're utilizing it directly into solar. So what they're using the solar for is not for power, right? It's to lower the amount of coal that they need to run the coal plants more efficiently. So they can run 1,000 megawatt coal plant at the same at a third of the rate that we would use coal also, because they're offsetting that with their solar, and that's the only reason why, is to lower the consumption of the amount of coal they have to use, and it's cheaper. So when you're talking about building out an LNG plant, a nuclear power plant, right? When we break down into
And
the
they produce their own
turbines,
panels. We have to buy them from them.
Rant. Come on,
yeah.
you know there's a max to that. Okay, they know it. You know it. The
What's
max
the
is
max? What's the max?
you have
20%,
you have to
20% capacity factor.
reinvest to make sure your pollution isn't so bad that your
Wait, guys,
sales don't come with an air mask.
you're missing
No,
the
you wouldn't
biggest
though, because we
factor.
They
solved
don't
that
care
problem
about
in
pollution.
1970.
They do not
No,
care
no.
about
At
that.
some point, though, like at some point, it will choke your economy, dude. Like literally.
Guys, you
I
have
mean,
to
do you want the
separate
general
between
populace to walk around with masks on and have respirators on
Most
hand?
of
I
their
would disagree with all
population
of
lives
you. I
on
would say
the
that you guys
on
haven't
the
looked into the new
coast.
science of how coal is produced and the gasification of coal. I would love to send you some of the new the spectrums on it and the sites on it, because the same coal plants that we produced in the 90s that had all the chemicals in it no longer exist. You could literally breathe out of a coal plant coming out of the excess fumes, and all it would be is give you a headache and possibly knock you out, because it's pure carbon dioxide. They are like, it's some of the cleanest gas that's ever produced. And that's what the gasification process has produced since we started using it.
Guys, one sentence. You have to separate between base load and peak load, right? They're two completely different things, right? The base load has to be maintained. You can't turn it on and off. It has to maintain a consistent frequency. Otherwise, the grid crashes, as most of you know. So renewables are peak, and fossil fuels are base. That's a crystal clear distinction you have to make.
That's
And
not
I
totally
don't,
true, but yes, that's.
Well,
I mean,
not
nuclear
perfectly,
is
but
renewable, and that's also baseload.
yeah, exactly. Well, look, this is okay. So look, you got the nuclear stack. It cannot be. It's either on or off. They're 1,000 to 3,000 megawatt plants, so they run full on. You have to have 1,000 megawatts of demand off that pipe. Let's just think of it as currents or currency or whatever you want to do it. It's flow going down. It has to have a takeoff off that transmission, right? What happens when demand goes below 1,000? That nuclear power station cannot be turned off. So the next stack will be another type of delivery that has some wiggle room. It'll be able to, monitor between 90% base load and 10%. And then they'll bring in some natural gas and they'll go, okay, look, we'll move oh, we'd love to do solar. It's so cheap, but it's 2 a.m. in the morning, dude. I don't need any power. I need it 10 a.m. in the morning. And
Peaker
right,
plants, right?
peaker plants, anything that can generate short bursts of energy in a really short period of time and hold on there for hours at a time and then get turned down
They're
again.
batteries. They're giant fucking
Yeah, peaker
batteries.
plants are also really expensive too, though, Gary. You
Exactly.
know that. That's why
Exactly.
batteries have come
Well,
so
this is
far.
why they're saying, dude, that's why they all know they don't have enough short-term energy here. That's why everybody's leaving the planet going, hey, let's go do the thing. And it's going to get so
Right.
expensive now. This is why I'm like, wow, the greenies are going to finally win, dude. The price of oil is so expensive. Every idea since 1950s on how to do energy is coming off the research files, and everybody's looking at, hey, what can we build here? It's
Yeah,
a whole
it doesn't
different
matter. The
They're
pie
regime.
has
still
gotten so
they're still
big that
pushing to shut coal down, though. They're
I
still
don't I
pushing to
don't I
shut
don't
coal
see
down.
that as much anymore, Tom. I work in energy every day. What I can
That's
say is
actually
the oil, gas, nuclear, solar bros, all the different factions that have existed in energy, they're not fighting and squabbling with each other anymore. The pie has gotten so big that they've all aligned behind let us fucking build so we can get some shit
Right
done.
on.
And they're on the same team for the first time in a long time.
and just for metrics, they are not shutting down coal plants. This is the first time in our history that we have sent out 43 federal mandates demanding
Trump
that these coal
deregulated coal
plants.
production. That's why. Yep, they're hopping on.
So I just wanted to clarify
But
that we
the
are
regulators are
keeping
still
them on.
pushing.
We did see
Regulators
some
are still pushing
shutdowns under
back.
the Biden admin, but that's because the utility companies, at the end of the day, the utility companies, they regulated the monopolies. They wanted that because the return on equity that they get from building and rate casing against the ratepayers, they wanted the coal plant shut down. And so they'll sit there and cry, oh, Biden's making me, I don't want this. But when they get an 11.9% return on equity at FPL down here in Florida, of course they fucking wanted it.
Yeah, a lot of those same energy companies that sell oil also are selling solar panels and wind farms too. People don't realize that, but it's 100% true.
Regarding
Minnesota,
Biden,
Michigan.
regarding Biden, remember when he shut down the XL pipeline? What he ended up doing was giving a gift to Berkshire Hathaway and Warren Buffett because he owned the railroad that was taking up the slack. So a lot of it is just basically money laundering, kickbacks, and smearing. I mean, you kill the pipeline and the railroad, the Class One railroad, is making a fortune.
Because to
Grok,
Gary's
Real-
point, we've not had
Grok,
true
Whatever the source
capitalism
real
is.
since
quickly, Grok, I
1913.
want you to list the top 5 in order by production, energy production in the United States and China, what they are and how much annually.
For the United States in 2025, the top 5 sources of electricity production were roughly 1. Natural gas, around 38 to 40% of total generation. 2. Nuclear, about 18%. 3. Coal, around 15 to 16%. 4. Wind, about 10 to 11%. 5. Solar, around 8-9%, utility plus small scale. Total U.S. electricity generation hit a record 4,430 terawatts hours last year. For China in 2025, it was 1. Coal, still the biggest by far, roughly 55%. 2. Hydro, about 13 to 14%. 3. Wind, around 11%. 4. Solar, around 11%. 5. Nuclear, about 5%. China generated over 10,400 terawatts total, more than double the US. The gap between the two countries is massive. China produces more electricity from coal alone than the US produces from all sources combined.
Let me make one quick point. Show me the number of states that still have regulated, mandated reduction of carbon, and you're going to be surprised. I agree with what you're saying, market forces wise. People are saying you got to do this, you got to do this to build enough generation. But what I'm not seeing, EPRI, the Research Institute, all the utilities, Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois, boom, 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 they've got mandated zero carbon rules. And so until that changes, which I would say the science has to be what leads that, otherwise just a political battle back and forth. I think we're still in the hurt bag when it comes to system reliability. And believe me, this is a huge lifetime passion. Electric system reliability is. I think we're going to be in really big trouble if we keep going where we're going here.
Grok, how are we with coal production in the United States since Trump took over? Has deregulation improved the amount of coal plants being built or back in operation?
Coal production is up slightly since Trump took office. In 2025, U.S. coal fired power generation jumped about 13% year over year, driven mainly by surging electricity demand from data centers and higher natural gas prices. Coal production itself has seen modest gains too, up around 2 to 4% in early 2026 compared to the same period last year. On plants, deregulation hasn't led to new coal plants being built. No major new coal-fired power plants have come online. The last one was back in 2013. What has happened is the government stepping in to keep existing plants open. They've used emergency orders to delay or reverse several planned retirements and saved roughly 17 gigawatts of coal capacity from shutting down in 2025. So it's more slowing the decline and boosting usage of what's already there than a big comeback in new construction. The fundamentals
How
haven't
does
changed much.
how does the Trump administration plan to close the gap on energy production with China?
They're not trying to close the total electricity gap with China. China generates more than double what the US does, over 10,000 TWh versus our roughly 4,400 to 4,500 TWh. The administration's approach is different. Their strategy focuses on reliable, dispatchable baseload power to meet exploding AI and data center demand without raising electricity prices for regular Americans. Key points: prioritize natural gas, nuclear, and keeping coal plants open over intermittent renewables. They argue solar and wind can't reliably power data centers. Ratepayer protection pledge. Big tech companies, like those building data centers, have to pay for the new power plants and grid upgrades themselves, so households don't get stuck with higher bills. Deregulation and fast permitting to speed up construction of gas plants and nuclear restarts. National energy emergency declared to stop plant retirements and boost domestic production. They're betting that building the right kind of power, always on, high capacity, for the AI boom matters more than matching China's sheer volume, which is heavily coal and hydro. It's energy dominance through reliability and cost control, not total output parity.
She
Yeah,
left out
we
the most
don't we don't
important
need to
part.
compete.
Hold on, she left out the most important part. So Trump signed an EO saying that all these hybrid data centers, hyperscale data centers, can generate their own local power. Right? You got companies
Yeah,
like
we brought that up
Siemens,
earlier.
GE Vernova, and Mitsubishi. They make. You can buy 2
They're
units.
using LNG.
Right, 2 units you can buy that could be shipped on a truck that could generate a gigawatt of power locally, and that's exactly what Elon did in
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Yeah, I was going to say New Orleans, um, um, and that's what all these projects are doing. Like you take O'Leary in Utah, he's the reason he's building it in Utah is because it's next to an enormous gas pipeline that's only like a third, not even a third used. It's 2/3 empty in terms of capacity, in terms of maximum capacity. And someone also said something like the United States doesn't have enough natural gas. We've got a tremendous surplus of national gas. That's absurd to say that. And you said you're a professional in the industry. We're,
Bill,
we're exporting. We're exporting.
The pipeline capacity, getting it to the units, there needs to be a lot more build out on that. It's not just a raw supply. You have to look at the pipeline capacity, and those are challenging numbers to make sense of. But it's like the highways getting to to the
I
usage.
think the most
Yeah, no,
overlooked part.
Tom's absolutely correct on that. We can drill every well and tap every gas we want, but if we can't move it, it doesn't matter. But also GE Vernova themselves, they're 6 years out from the next delivery on the gas
No,
turbines.
three,
So sure, like
three
you
years.
can have their recent press release, 2030 at best, 2032 most likely for bringing it online. That's from their press release 2 weeks ago. So I mean, we're 6 years out from gas turbines being delivered or operational. We don't have the pipelines. I mean, it's not that simple.
No, and I also think that we're missing a bigger problem here. It's not that we're keeping these gas lines and these turbines and these power plants operational, right? But if you look at the decarbonization mandates and the power upgrades that they're claiming to be doing, right? Like for example, the $1 billion they're spending in Alaska to refurbish our Fairbanks coal plant, okay, is not an upgrade at all. They're not generating or building out new power. They're not going to rebuild or repair the three generators. What they're doing is they're bringing in carbon capturing, carbon dilution, right, to capture the carbon that's coming off of all of these
Sequestration.
coal plants to create carbon credits, these Q45 credits that are going to the state. This is what these mandates are coming in for, and then the investment doesn't go to building out the grid for the
The
citizen.
plan was
It
developed under
goes
Biden, by the way, and they're still doing it.
100%. Yeah, they're accelerating it, in my opinion.
You know, you got Microsoft bringing 3 Mile Island back online, right? There's a consortium right now working for Indian Point to bring that one back online. We've
That's
got
a PP. That's a PPA though. That's not Microsoft doing it.
what for 3 Mile?
Yeah, 3 miles of PPA.
Yeah, a power purchase agreement. Microsoft is getting the whole 100% of it, and and they're paying to refurbish the plant, bring it back online.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen to all of them. The problem is our
Yeah.
grid. Our grid. The rules are that you need to attach it to the grid. That's the problem. If you didn't have to, you can go directly to who you're supplying it to, and you wouldn't
know,
have these
So
issues.
someone I know, just had a meeting with a local rep, which is weird because it's being subsidized. I think it's subsidized through their state of residence, where they're working with a private solar company, and the solar company is, I think it's like through grants from the government. They're like subsidizing installing panels and batteries on people's homes, right? And like uh uh in
They do it in Europe, Diligent.
in municipal homes. So I actually like she called me because she's like, I don't know what this guy's saying, yada yada yada. Will you listen in? I was like, sure. So she like put the phone on speaker and I just muted it and listened. And they're gonna, for $100 a month, put one of those Tesla home batteries in her garage, and and that thing will run your house for like, they're gonna she pays a monthly payment to install solar panels all on her roof, and then for another
Also a PPA.
$100 a month. I'm sorry.
It's also a power purchase agreement, just with the residential solar
Yeah,
company.
yeah. But I'm
Yeah,
trying
but
to
that we found somebody today that talked about that, and
let me
yeah,
finish my story.
fine.
So for a number of dollars a month, right? They're going to come install all of these solar panels on a roof. They'll put a Tesla battery station that runs the house on her in her garage, and then depending on usage, she'll get a rebate from the local power company whenever she's using, or something like that. It's like the local power company is going to pay her. It's not a lot, but like they end up passing through. She ends up passing through electricity onto the next, and then they credit her or something like that. Like
That's a PPA. That's what that is.
yeah.
I can speak to this really well, actually, if you're curious.
But I
worked
want
in
people to know what it
residential
sounds
systems
like.
for a
This
long
isn't
time.
just for. This isn't just happening in large scale businesses. Earlier, they were talking about the roof of Walmart or whatever. This is happening in people's homes everywhere. So I got to listen to one of the conversations today. I thought it was interesting that we're talking about PPAs. Go
But
Yeah,
ahead, Sam.
it's
they
a little
rent
bit
back.
different, though, Diligent. It's almost like a decentralized way to gain power.
It's crowdsourced.
Yeah, basically because they own the grid. Because the grid is sometimes the
But
most
it's
expensive
genius
part.
because
Yeah.
they have the government subsidizing it on one hand, right? They're getting homeowners to pay for it on the other hand, and then they're also getting another input of energy on top of it, right? Like for the
Yeah.
energy companies, there's no losing.
And Diligent is smart because when you look at China, China output for coal and solar are equal. Okay, it's like 1.2 terabytes, something like that. But there is not a single coal plant that's actually profitable. The government is subsidizing it because the renewable energy has made energy so cheap that coal cannot no longer sell at a profit. And the only reason why they keep building it is because they fear if you're able to black out the sky or do whatever, they wouldn't have any backup power, right? And that's kind of why they're doing
Well, I
it
mean,
because it's an
it's the
absolute loss.
volume. I mean, they get the most return on volume, right? They're coal produces the most bang for your buck.
From what I saw, China there's no coal plant that's actually profitable in China. From what I saw,
Well, I mean, it
the,
depends
Actually,
on what you
governments are
consider profitable.
subsidizing all of them.
Hydro is.
All of the companies there aren't exactly. It's not a free market model, right? It's a state market model. It's a state capitalism model. So the government dictates the market anyways.
Yeah,
Like you
state
can't
control
really
And
compare it
also,
capitalism.
I'd like to
to.
challenge you to tell me what American electric company makes a profit. Like really, because they all pull out loans. They all pull out
It's a financing machine.
investment. You know what I mean? It's a rolling term where they make the money, they spend the money. They make the money, they spend the money. They don't make a profit, right? Am I wrong on that, Sam?
Well, it's they make a tremendous profit, but it's basically a bank with better interest rates, right? Because the way that the return on equity works, they're guaranteed anywhere from 9 to 11%. This is kind of the average guaranteed returns, and so the more money they spend, the more money they get to rate case. So you're right, but they also are tremendously profitable. And a lot of people don't realize this too, is that a lot of miscellaneous expenses make it into the rate case. For example, the lobbyists who wine and dine your state representatives and state senators and the cigars and the drinks and the hockey games they go to, that is a cost that you pay in your utility bill to pay for those lobbyists.
I mean, you're also paying all for the failed transmission lines they put into nowhere, right? Just for individual markets that drain, the resources for everybody else. When
Yeah, I
you
mean, you
look at
name it, and it's the whole system is really fucked up, honestly. And to Diligence point earlier, he was saying about the residential systems. I'm a huge fan of the decentralized game, but the number one person roadblocking residential systems is utility companies, because when you're not paying them anymore, it kind of breaks their system, right? And so the reality is, and the big macro level question we've been talking about energy tonight is nuclear's 25 years, SMRs don't exist, gas turbines take 6 years. Like, what are you gonna do, right? The only thing we can stick on the grid fast, whether you like it or not, is probably solar, and even solar might take 2 to 4 years to build. Residential solar is the only way that you can protect yourself as a sovereign citizen, manage your own power, and put a finger to the utility company.
But even then, right? The Tesla battery pack only has enough power. It depends on your usage too, to run your house for like 48 hours, right? It's
Well,
not a
it's
long
actually
term
less.
solution.
It's actually less than that, Diligent. It's actually more. I would say like 10 hours, 10 to 12 hours. But the reality is that in most states, the sun does in fact come back up every single day. So if you want to be off grid, you're going to run your home off that
But
solar
in
panel directly
wintertime
to you.
hours, especially if you're in a northern state,
You still have a lot of sun coming in the northern
So
states too.
so
So
so yeah,
you
but
could
so 2
almost be
weeks
off
ago,
grid with a
Sam.
battery.
So it's 2 weeks ago, Congress had the Energy Transmission Line Summit congressional meeting with NERC and a couple of the energy regulators across the country, and they specifically talked about this. And they told regulators that one, if we do a cookie cutter line out for nationalizing the grid, it would cause problems because every location, right? We have 7 different grids. They're all geographically different on how they're being produced, provided by, and you can't just build pipelines to them overnight, right? And so they warned, all the legislators warned America America. They said, this is what we can do. We can build really cheap energy right now called wind and solar. It's not stable. It will fuck up our grid even more. We're not able to harness the wave, the frequency disparities, because what they need is they need positive power at 6 a.m. in the morning and 7 p.m. at night, right? They listed 2 time frames, right? And then they said that when we decide to build a cheap energy supply like solar and wind, right, we're actually not replacing the diminishing baseload grid, which is our coal, our nuclear, our LNG. And so they said that America has to make a choice, right? Because they can only recommend what we should do, right? They don't actually have the decision to decide what direction we go in, because we mandate how it's done. So they said that we need to decide right now, legislators, your congressmen, right? Have to decide this year, right now, okay, if we're going to go in a stable direction, or if we're going to, in a stable direction, they warned, is not cheap. You know, the saying goes, right? We can give you something cheap and easy, right? Or we can give you something that's good and it's going to last and it's going to meet the demands and it's going to be quality and secure, but the cost is there, right? So we have to understand that the cost between the solar is, let's say, $1 trillion. A cost to get us the baseload energy we need is $3 trillion.
I
Real
don't actually
quick,
disagree with most of what
real
you said at
quick,
all.
I just want to
Go
say
ahead.
thank you to our speakers. You guys have been amazing. Very glad you showed up, Sam and Joa, and the rest of you as well. Gary earlier. Make sure you're following Maze, my amazing co-host. Thank you for taking over, Maze, while I let my dogs out and eat. Really appreciated the break. Harmony, thank you. Please follow Harmony as well. She does hot yoga. Very, very interesting posts on that. Sally does her own spaces on data centers and child trafficking and all kinds of stuff. Check her out. If you want to support what I'm doing, the best way is by subscribing. There's a pink button on my profile. I do subscriber only after spaces to give value to my subscribers. And I also have a subscriber group chat. The link is in the Jumbotron. And if follow the YouTube channel, the link is on my bio. If you're over there, much appreciated. Subscribe, like, and share. And yeah, we're going to go for about 20 more minutes, and then I'm going to wrap it up. Maze, I just want to say thank you again. This space was very educational. I learned a lot. Of such a much needed conversation. We're kind of like just going blindly into this thing, and it can be a scary place for a lot of people. And if you have kids here, this is my number one reason for being political at all, right? Everything I do is with my kids' future in mind. And so we have to protect our legacy, not only that they are safe, but that they are free. And actually, I prefer the latter more than I do the former. So, Maze, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Whoever I cut off. Sam, go ahead.
I was going to respond to Rants. I actually I watched that one, Rants. I work in energy on a day-to-day energy policy specifically, but it's not wrong. And my love for solar is very much so confined to rooftops on homes for sovereign citizens, especially businesses, parking lots. I think solar farms are asinine for a lot of reasons. They're also stupid solar. But at the end of the day, if you can take homes off the grid, that does free up capacity to power data centers or advanced manufacturing, just generally speaking. And if you think about it, like the battery technology and solar technology, a large part thanks to Trump has been reshored in a major way back to the United States. You have Q cells out of Georgia, you got Jinko in Florida, you got Tier One, I think out of Austin. They are coming back. You got Tesla's power walls and solar panels out of Nevada, right? We have American-made products that are actually really good. And Americans invented solar and battery technology, not the Chinese. We offshore it to them. Shame on us. We are bringing it home,
They
right? So
also
that
stole our IP.
argument is, yeah, they like every other thing they steal from us, right? But I do think like if you just take home systems, residential systems, and you encourage people to build residential systems and don't block them through government overreach or extreme permitting or interconnection queues or the utility mandates, you're going to see a lot of homes come off the grid for the same reason that I have a well and I have a septic tank on my home, right? We were talking earlier, the other guy said he's a maximal sovereign, whatever, but he has no well and he has no septic. Great. You can have food all year long, but what else are you going to do, right? Power goes along with that. You should be able to put solar panels and a battery on your home if you want to. If you don't want to, then don't fucking do it, right? But here's what really grinds my gears with the whole grid system. The FERC Order 2222 specifically is a rule that exists to prevent what the utilities called double counting. So you can have net metering, or you can dispatch through decentralized batteries in a virtual power plant, right? But you're not allowed to do both because, oh no, the utility won't make enough money on you. So you either get to choose: do you want net metering, or do you want a virtual power plant? It's the most insane thing that you have to pick between these two things because the utility company needs to profit. Right now, at this exact moment, Tesla by themselves has 6.7 gigawatts of power sitting in residential battery systems, not utility scale batteries, residential. 6.7 gigawatts. For those that don't know, that's just under 7 nuclear plants of power. Tesla by themselves. We're not counting Franklin batteries, Solar Edge batteries, Enphase batteries. You add all these different brands of batteries that exist. We're almost 10 to 12 nuclear plants of batteries sitting in homes that are not allowed to dispatch to the grid because in Washington there's NERC and FERC who make all sorts of stupid rules that you're not allowed to double count it. So if you want
Wait,
net
hold
metering,
on,
which
hold
is-
on, hold on. You know darn well that there's a technical requirement for that, and that's the stability of the grid, the frequency. They can't
We've already figured
compensate
that
for
out,
the
JP. We already have
unpredictable
virtual power
frequency.
plants that are 500 megawatts in size in California that Governor Newsom said, oh, we don't want that because we want a high-speed rail instead. Texas has the largest virtual power plants in the entire country, and they're not worried about the ohm meter on the line. We've already got that figured out. This is America. We invent all sorts of cool shit every day. So to think that we can't figure
come
it
on,
out,
wait,
we
wait,
already
you
have.
know darn well,
You just reminded me when
darn well.
Texas got hit by the ice storm and was without power for 2 weeks during one of the coldest winters
Because
in
all their
history.
natural gas pumps froze, man. It's crazy.
But hold on. You know darn well Texas is its own independent grid. It's the only state in the nation that has its own grid. Come on, you're being disingenuous.
That has
That's not
nothing to
completely
do.
true. It
That,
shares a
that
grid.
has nothing to do, JP.
It
with what
has
I'm
a
talking
regional
about, Order
grid. That's not
2222.
true. Anyways.
Wait, can I just chime in here real quick? Thank you, by the way, for having me up. I'm a big fan of decentralization. I'm a libertarian. I want people to have options. And so, yeah, first of all, solar, I think it's really good. You can sell your energy to the grid during the day. You can buy it back at night. That's way better than having, batteries. I mean, you could have a gravity battery maybe in your yard, a big hole in the ground or something, but better to sell to the grid and
From what
buy it
I've
back.
heard, it is a worthwhile investment for homeowners.
Yeah, you might as well. I mean, even your freezer is a sort of battery, right? I mean, it keeps the cold for a while. But the thing is that you got to go way beyond that. So you guys have known me, and Diligence has me on sometimes had me on in the past. I talk about you need sovereignty when it comes to digital. It's nice. Energy sovereignty is very important, but I think we need the kind of technology that Facebook has and X has and all these things. Like we're using their platform. We should be using our own platforms. And that also goes not just social networks, not just video conferencing and audio teleconferencing, all this stuff, right? My vision in general is that every community on earth should have its own local thing. So you can have dating, you can have doctor's appointments, you can plan dinners, you can do anything local in your neighborhood without, relying on X or Facebook or whatever. That includes having your own currency. So, if there's a depression in the country, there's things that you can do. During the Great Depression, there was a thing called the Miracle of Virgil, which was in Austria. They were thriving while everyone around them was not because they had their own currency. And finally, I will say, maybe these AI boxes that, you have these models, which are open source, open weight models. One good thing that's coming out of China is they're giving away these models. And I don't care who makes them as long as they give it away and it seems like it does well on the benchmarks and everything like that. But the thing is, who's going to run it? I see a future that everybody can run it in their own house or on their own servers. So I just wanted to see that, because if we don't have that, then the nation states are going to intercept basically all the communications because they know they're going through X or they're going through whatever. I'd much rather have everyone in their buildings, in their homes,
They're already
whatever,
doing that.
have that.
They're already
Well,
doing
yeah.
that though.
Well, not with the social networks. Like, name me a social network that people are just running out of their homes.
What is that one called? There's a decentralized one that the founder of the
Mulberry
Jack
or
Dorsey.
whatever.
What?
Oh wait, which one are you talking about?
That's the span one that Nvidia just dropped.
No. There's a decentralized one that Jack Dorsey created.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The
I'm in
social
that
network.
space. Like, it's not
It runs
super
on the
decentralized,
internet on people's
honestly.
phones.
Nostra.
Nostra.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of them. I mean, in crypto industry, I mean, every Joe Bob dev created their own decentralized social media network. You know.
Exactly. The problem is they haven't taken off. You know, Mastodon's probably the biggest one, the Fediverse, right? All that stuff. But honestly, like, it just doesn't, like, we all use X because
They're
it's
not
just
mainstream
much
though,
better.
right? They don't have all of the.
Yeah, the
I mean,
issue is
X is
people
Twitter, right? X has got a user base already. The Nostr, I think, is probably the biggest decentralized one that I've heard of regularly. Right? It's not mainstream, but it's pretty. It's pretty has name ID, right? I know of it, but another thing I want to say I agree with something with Gary said earlier, which is the genie's out of the bottle. Right? We're not going to be able to stop all of these AI data centers. We might be able to stop some of them in your local communities. I think that's going to be what it is. It's going to be much like everything else. Is it depends on what state you live in, right? If you live in an area that loses its fight to eminent domain or um to the local government, and they throw one of these data centers up, the only thing that you might be able to do about it is move away, unless the AI boom bursts. I heard people talk about the AI bubble is going to burst, like we saw with real estate and the banking industry, and the automobile industry before, right? The .com bubble, right? There's examples of these industries taking a real hit. I just don't know that this one is going to be the same, because of the value that it adds, right? This is it's an exponentially growing value, and we don't know where the end of that is. Whereas those other industries were limited, they were bottlenecked. So yeah. Anyways,
Exactly. No, I just want to ask you guys about the freedom aspect. The freedom aspect is that it's not just for the United States, but all these other repressive countries. Like, let's say in China, you got the Great Firewall. So I think it's very, very important for people to run locally, because once the signal starts going over to some data center or whatever, they're going to want to sniff those packets and understand what it is that you're doing. So I just wanted to ask you guys, like, in the terms of freedom, because I've seen around the world, these governments are cracking down on end-to-end encryption. The United States is mandating your car to spy on you starting next year. Every car that's come out is going to do that. So it's just like we're losing the battle. I think we absolutely need our own technology as the people. Like, what do you guys think of that?
I was saying this earlier today. I mean, people were talking about the Chinese models are cheaper and almost as good. And I said, look, I mean, for me, I don't want my data going to China. And there's an argument for local models, right? There's an argument for that. But as of this moment right now, those local models are kind of trash unless you have like a Apple Studio for 20 grand that can run it. And so it's a matter of the haves and have nots, and someday we'll get there. But until then, I'm going to stick to using my overpriced and extremely expensive Opus.
Sam, honest
But I don't
question.
want
Would you
my
rather
data
have
going to my own government. I feel like they would be
I
likely to
agree,
use it
Maze.
against me
Maze?
more
I was
than
about to
China.
say
who
the
do you
same
think's on
thing.
more watch lists, Maze? You or me?
Say what?
Never mind.
I'm already on a watch list, by the way.
I said,
Full
who do you think is on
disclosure,
more
Dilly, I
watch
meant to tell
lists,
you
you
before.
or me?
And I'm serious.
Maze, would
Hey,
you rather
I'm
have
I'm
your
banned
gonna
from a
bounce
data
whole
tonight,
in
country. I
guys. So
can't go to
Dylan, I was
Brazil.
trying
I'm
to say
actually
thanks for letting me
censored.
come up.
Brazilians can't listen to my space. Go ahead. Sorry. Continue, guys.
Hey,
Yeah,
thanks
would
for
you
letting me
rather
come up,
have your
Billy. Thanks,
data
Mace.
in
I appreciate
China
it. I'll
or
catch
the
you guys later.
US?
Hey, thank you, Rance. What, Joe?
Would you rather have your data collected by China or the US?
If I could, I mean, if I could avoid it, I don't want either one of them. I don't trust either
Yeah,
one
but
of
if you
them.
had to choose one.
I mean, actually China can do less damage. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The U.S.
Exactly. That's
government
what
can
I'm
do
saying.
far more damage to me than China can.
Yeah, that's
So
why I'd
I don't
rather
really
have.
care if China has my data. I care more about the U.S. government having my data right now.
Yeah, but here's two things.
That's
The
kind of like
bubbles.
people
If
don't
China
understand that
gets
you're.
your data, they know exactly what you're looking into and they know how to like psychologically fuck with you and how to
And you think
psychologically
the
get into
government
your
isn't
head.
doing that, or
And the
Yeah,
has
US
that's
far
fine,
government
but
more
does
that's the
too.
access?
question. The question is, would you rather have the US government do it or China do it?
Our own
I mean,
At a
I don't
corporations are
use
psychological level.
psychologically fucking with us.
I don't use applications that the Chinese government has influence on, for one.
Yeah, that's why I'd rather have China have it. But
Well, this is the
Yeah, I don't
argument I was
care.
making earlier too.
the
When someone said they're
bubbles.
going to distill these models and make them personal and disconnected, I don't think we'll ever have that future. It's too nice for us. At the end of the day, that anybody, whether it's China, America, or OpenAI or Meta, they want our data so they can monetize the shit out
I
of
don't
it. We're
use
not
any
getting
Chinese
distilled models.
I don't use any Chinese manufactured devices. Not one. I don't use any Chinese or Chinese software, right? I don't use any of the hardware. They have been caught numerous times with Howie alone, which is the number one competitor
So
to
you didn't buy a
Samsung in
Trump
the
phone
Android
then?
market. With Howie alone, they have been caught embedding backdoors into the actual chipset numerous times, right? No, fuck that. I don't use China shit, but still,
And they're
if
not
it
just
comes
software
down
hacks
to if
either,
it comes
Diligent. They're
down
hardware hacks.
if it
You
comes
don't use
down to
iPhone?
it, if it comes down to it, I would much prefer a foreign country that's never going to fucking use my data against me in some capacity. The government absolutely will use the information against you in some capacity. And if you don't believe me, ask Edward Snowden, right? 100% they'll use that information on you. Fuck that. I don't want any.
Billy, what
The government is
I'll show
always
you the
the number.
schematic
Your
for
own
I'll
government
show
is
you the
always the
schematic for
number
your
one threat
laptop.
to the people. Okay. And they're also the number one most threatened by the people. The people are always the most significant threat to a government. The government always fears its own citizens the most. This is a fact.
Yeah, that's true. Every country can say that. People in China
Every
don't want
country.
their government either having it. They'd rather we have it. It's the same.
Billy, the Ethernet chipset in your laptop, you can almost be certain it's made in China. And as you said, you were talking about just a moment ago.
Those are
There's been
regulated components.
what brand laptop do you have? That's not exactly doxing yourself.
Why would I broadcast that on?
Oh, come on. It's not. There's nothing personal about the brand
I
of
use
laptop.
Macs, bro.
That's so
Okay, Apple
Chinese
Silicon.
made.
Some components are.
They make
They're
almost
still
every
regulated.
Ethernet chipset in the world, which controls the IP stack coming out of almost every
It's a
computer.
silicon chip.
Exactly.
Derek, you have your hand up. Go ahead, Derek. And we'll go to Goose.
I was going to say, first of all, we all know that I'm on way more watch lists than everybody in here, and that's been confirmed.
Hey, you were
Even after
cleared.
being
You were
pardoned.
cleared. I didn't get cleared.
Even after being pardoned, I'm still on a lot of lists. But anyway,
Oh, it's Derek. Yeah, you might have.
yeah, definitely. I'm with that one right now, unfortunately. But I think that a lot of people's biggest issue right now, I've been focusing on the data center stuff, the mass surveillance, flock cameras, all that for the last little bit, and especially knowing everything I went through on a personal level as well, with the surveillance of my family and all of us after January 6th. But I think that the bigger issue right now, at least for me, is there's a lot of talking past each other. A lot of people think that just because you're concerned about this, that you're anti-data center. I mean, some of us are, and some of us aren't. But I think that the common ground here that needs to get more attention from both sides of that argument, because I think most people would agree with this, and if not, I think they're well, who knows? But anyways, is that our own like our government, our Congress, none of our elected officials, none of them are taking any steps to even attempt on paper to protect American citizens from the mass surveillance. You know what I mean? So like the technology is growing and advancing much faster than any of the laws that we have to protect American citizens. Now we know that the government backdoors and circumvents those laws and breaks them anyways. But I think a lot of Americans, especially, would feel much safer and more open to the expansion of this if there was a couple factors. Number one, if our elected officials were doing things to protect us from mass surveillance, and number two, if they weren't shoving it in people's communities, man. That's the other issue I think a lot of people have is this came out of nowhere. They're shoving it down everybody's throats. They're taking family farms. They're saying, sit down, shut up. If you talk out about it, you're a CCP operative of some sort,
Yep.
apparently. I didn't cash my check. I didn't get one. I don't know about anybody else. So when the government starts doing these things, it starts making me, anyways, way more suspicious of what they're actually doing. And I think that's the major issues that they have is, as most people, anyways, is forcing it down everybody's throats, not asking anybody with it, trying to give them national immunity, and then
It's
there's
COVID all
nothing to
over
protect.
again.
It is. It's exactly what it is. It's 100%. You're exactly right. So I just wanted to share that's what kind of my thoughts. I've talked to a lot of people about this, random people out on the street, even.
What do you think that whole getting called? See, I said I brought this up at the beginning of the space when I first posted about the artificial daylight. Right, there were people in Texas complaining about a data center creating artificial daylight where it's perpetually light outside. I made one post about this, and it got piled on by all of these weird accounts. I don't know where they were from, who they were, what they were doing, weren't following me, right? And when they're like, "You're CCP, this is Chinese propaganda," I'm like, "What the fuck?" I was just
Dude, like
reporting the
Anna
news.
Paula Luna, and I think she's a great congresswoman, by the way. And what I use her as an example because she specifically has spoken out against FISA and all this stuff before, so she is seemingly aware of the FISA and all these other ways that our government is spying on American citizens without a warrant. And then she comes out recently and says anybody who's opposed to the, if you're talking out against this, it's CCP propaganda. It's like, dude, how can you of all people not understand why American citizens are concerned with the mass surveillance of us? And then
Because she's
here's
an
the other.
actress like the
Well,
rest
yeah,
of
well,
them.
and here's the other thing. Like, they say, oh, well, you use that every time you talking on your iPhone right now. Bitch, we've been using these phones for decades right now with the data centers we had. So why do we need all of a sudden 10,000 more? You know what I mean? Like, don't be trying to gaslight me with that nonsense on that.
Yeah, exactly. They have the flock,
100%.
the Palantir, the Ring cameras. There's another thing is again, we need the data to go to our local neighborhoods. We need the AI to look at security footage like locally. And by the way,
We just need to
anytime
rip out all the fucking flock cameras. Fuck that. We don't
yeah,
need them.
Well, and that's
we don't
another
need the
thing.
flock. I'm
Well,
saying we
yeah.
need our own technology. We need our
Well,
own cameras that are
The
wired to our
government should
on
own.
be
the
looking
data
at
centers, though.
anybody. It goes against our sovereignty. It like totally goes against it. And I don't know if you know this, Diligent, but I know someone who on their YouTube channel got taken down because they were talking about AI being I can't remember what it was, but yeah, go against data centers and AI. So just be careful. Yeah, just be waiting
I mean,
for
My
I
it.
don't care
own
about the
stats
I
are
don't
down
care about the YouTube channel
significantly
that
on
much, to be honest with you.
my
No,
stats are down
I'm
on
just
this
saying that
platform.
no, my
Yeah,
point
this
was
platform's
hold on.
fucked too.
Yeah, my point was is they're equating it to hate speech, like or anti-Semitism. Now the new thing is if you're against AI, it's the same type of category they're trying to
I'm
put
not
us in.
against AI. I'm using Grok in the space, right? I just let me.
I'm not
I guess
saying
let
that
me.
you
I
are.
know.
I'm
Let me. I
saying
know. I
talking
know,
about it.
Sally. I just want to make. Excuse me, ladies. I want to make my own position clear, right? Is I am actually not opposed to data centers. I'm not opposed to AI. I'm just not about our government just and corporations that have no accountability, just fucking freeloading and doing whatever the hell they please at our cost. Because if you heard earlier, there's no net positive for the American citizen. 5% of compute is used by us, we the people. The rest is used by corporations and its government partners. The military is the number one contractor of AI in the country by far. That's what they said, orders of magnitude, right? So this isn't benefiting us. It's as per the usual, the fucking status quo. This type of shit only benefits a small fraction of the population, and it costs the rest of us cumulatively for a long fucking time, right? So this needs to be handled with us in mind, and anything that we can do to make sure that we are protected, our children are protected as much as possible. There's nothing wrong with doing that. And I'm with Derek. The whole gaslighting thing, like, oh well, all of a sudden, blah 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 blah. Now fuck you, buddy. Yeah, we're tired of getting fucked over. We're tired of getting stepped on. It's the whole reason why we elected Trump. We hired a disruptor, right? We didn't get a disruptor, whatever. I'm not going to get into that one, but I'm just saying, like, the gaslighting. I'm over it. Derek, you can respond, and then we'll go to Maze and Sally.
Yeah, two points I want to make, and I agree with everything you just said, by the way, Diligent. But 2 points I want to make: the flock cameras that came out in 2017, when a lot of us knew about it, but a lot of people across the country, I literally had these conversations at the time. People would say, "Well, they can't spy on everybody." Well, now they can, because AI can take all those data points and map that, and actually they can spy on everybody now and actually make that
Yeah, they are.
information useful, and yeah, and use it against you. My second point is, just last night, I'm the vice chair of our party here in my county, Republican Party, and one of our county commissioners was there, and I asked about their stance on data centers and all of that, and dude, they basically, well, not basically, said that they're recruiting them to come here, which, so we had a long talk about that, but anyways, told me it was going to be 40. We're a very small rural county, mind you. I think our total budget is, I don't know, maybe 100 million or something like that, and it's going to bring $40 million a year to our county. And I was like, okay, so you're willing to sell us out for sell out our freedoms for some money? And he's like, well, if we don't do it, one of the neighboring communities is going to do it, and blah blah blah. And I was like, no, that's the problem. Is all you guys? And that's what I told him, for real. That's the problem. We got a bunch of spineless pieces of shit out here serving in all of our local communities who oh well, if, every single politician out there is using that excuse for the community. Well, if we don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. Maybe if we get some people elected across the country with backbone, nobody would do it. How about that? So that's what's frustrating to me, and I just want to share that.
How
That's
do you
what you're
identify them? Because it's Democrats and Republicans that are at the local level that
100%.
are selling this shit.
By the way, that's the race to the bottom. Like I've heard Kevin O'Leary and everybody say, "Oh, if we don't have AI spying on us, China's going to beat us to it." And then so it's like a race to the bottom with China. Every single time, it's like if we don't screw ourselves first, then these other guys are going
That's
to
the
screw.
Hegelian dialectic.
Yeah.
They use it like Mufasa.
But it's like they had to fearmonger the shit out of you about China in order to even effectively use that type of fucking narrative. Excuse my language. I just get pissed off. I can't believe that we just let slide what Sally said a second ago. How are they equating anything that has to do with AI? There's steak and rice right there. With
Chinese
anti-Semitism.
rice, Mace?
I made, yeah, steak, rice, and vegetables. Anyway,
Chinese rice?
no, not Chinese rice. That's funny. I just got that. Sorry, it took a second. It was like 3, 2, 1. Oh, boom. There's joke. Okay. But how is that equated with anti-Semitism? First of all, and secondly, this is disturbing, and it's not meant to be like the digression of the conversation. But we found out yesterday that the U.S. military is merging with the IDF on the tech side. Like they are trying to fuse data. They're trying to integrate networks. They are now creating like a whole new alliance that is outside of like the NATO's and all of that. And again, a lot of the data sharing
That's a whole nother
terrifies me. That's
space,
the last
Maze.
thing. What?
That's a whole nother space.
I just caveated with that. But this is going to Sally's point, who is speaking after me, okay? Because that is the craziest thing that they would say, that anti-data centers or anti-AI is in some way equated to anti-Semitism, which I don't doubt it at all. Like I'm just curious to know
She was
what
saying
she
that they were
heard.
that they were
It's
censoring it like they do.
anti-Palantir. That's why, because it's anti-Palantir, and anything anti-Palantir is anti-Semitic. That's why.
Like, listen, I must be the most anti-Semitic person in the planet then, because I am
I
very
agree.
anti-Palantir. Listen, I just feel like that there's a weaponization happening. Okay. And Dilly, I'm surprised you didn't open a space. I know you needed a break, but that whole merging of the military with the data, especially, is a
I had
very
a
big
space
deal.
yesterday.
No, I'm saying, I know you need. Never mind, you didn't get it. Anyway, but yeah, back.
I
I'm
didn't.
saying.
Well, I didn't know how much merit there was to it. Right.
Oh, I have the whole legislation. Well, it's not legislation yet. This is the National Defense Authorization Act, Section 224, and this is already there was legislation before that was kind of the resolution.
So it's nothing that happened.
No, well,
It's
it's
something that
in
might happen.
meaning that we have a chance to fight it is what it means.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Maze. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Goose and America,
Wait,
and
where's
then I'm gonna
Sally go?
wrap
She
it
was
up.
gonna explain that thing. Okay, well,
Well, I'm trying to close the space. Go ahead,
I got you.
Goose.
Sure, dude. Thank you. Man, I was in the space for a while, so I'm gonna just touch back on. And I'm driving, so I'm not really sure who it is that was saying this, but whoever said that you need to download and have your own open source software,
Oh, that was me.
dude, that is the absolute fucking truth, dude. Because when they like, if for any reason anything ever gets shut down, or for whatever reason, that goes, everything goes along with it right there, right? And then we're talking about privacy, we're talking about all of that. I completely agree that the future is going to be um like privatized AI, right? Kind of like our phones right now, but instead of them being connected to the server, they're just going to be open source and just available to you. So yes, I 100% agree with that. The other thing that I wanted to say, and this is kind of what made me come up, is I think that they're going to build little mini nuclear power plants for every single one of these data centers, because there is no way around it at this point. Yes, we did talk about all of those other different options, like we were talking about coal and natural gas and hydrogen, but I think it's going to have to be nuclear. It's going to be the easiest. It's going to be the
But they
cheapest,
can't keep it cool.
and that's
Nuclear requires a lot of coolant.
And I was actually talking about this yesterday, right? And that's what I wanted to get to too. Right now, a lot of AI companies are losing a shit ton of money. They are not making money whatsoever. They are losing so much money. So I think this is going to be like the whole traditional drug deal, right? Let's get them hooked on AI, or let's get them to a point where there is no return from AI, kind of like there is no return from computers at this point. There is no
Facts.
return from electricity. So let's get them hooked
They're
on
creating
AI.
dependency.
Once everybody's hooked on AI, let's go ahead and switch the power grid system that they all had set up, and they're going to now start charging for AI like they would for power.
Yeah,
So
they're
I
gonna up
think,
it later because they have the crazy valuations.
yep,
You're absolutely on point, Goose. I swear. I was thinking the same thing.
yeah. So they're going to have to end up switching something off at the end, because they are going to have to meet that demand because of how much cooling it takes, right? Because of how much money it's going to cost to keep the power going. So they're going to flip the switch with the power, maybe on some Nikola Tesla type of power, where it's like through the airwaves, through the ground or whatever. But it's going to have to change, and they're going to start charging you for the AI and the data centers. And then another thing, and just because I come from the crypto world and I'm kind of paying attention to both sides, guys, I think to a certain degree, some of these are data centers, and then some of them are like crypto farms. Because if you guys know anything about like crypto or whatever, and then I wouldn't put it past these politicians, man. Like honestly, especially the way everything is going, dude. Like they're going to do some shady shit on the side. But if you know anything about like mining any type of crypto or anything, it requires a lot of power and a lot of processing power. So I think like 50% of them are data centers, and the other 50% are like for whatever these people are wanting to do. That last one is my 2 cent, my own beliefs, my own 2 cents. So just just saying, that's all I
It's
got. Thank
something.
you
It's definitely something.
for
I
the mic.
agree. I agree.
You're not far off, Goose. If you haven't read it
Russia,
yet,
China,
read the
and
PJM
North Korea
report.
already do this. By the way, what were you saying, Sam?
I was just saying that Goose, he's not far off. And if you got, and oftentimes we all know this, but sometimes we don't see it till it's too late. These organizations, these politicians, these companies, they speak about what their plans are publicly. If you go read the recent PJM report, which is the Northeast grid operator, they quite literally said the only way to stabilize the grid in the short term is to charge people basically for stability. So if you're willing to pay a premium, we'll keep your lights on for you. Well, that's just fucked up. What's going to happen next?
America, go ahead. Last words to you.
Sally actually popped back up. And I didn't she was supposed to go after Maze earlier.
No, just go when I call on you. You're good.
Okay, all right, cool. So I saw the conversation, was headed towards like competition, and people were saying, well, using competition as an excuse to do all this, the competition to the ground. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? But the history part behind it is that, you know, the United States and other countries as well, it's not just United States, you know, it's always been a competition. Every major technological advancement, or race to the top, or races to the bottom, have come off the back of competition on a global scale. And to say that like we aren't working at our best capacity when America is in a competition with another country in a race to do it first. Um, are willing to do things that other countries probably wouldn't do when it comes to competition, whether it's in regards to the power grid, whether it's in regards to the newest military technology or a data center, etc. So and with some of the points that I've heard today, um, with the power grid, I think, and the data centers, maybe the conversation or the angle needs to like change a bit, because everyone talks about how the grid is outdated and, demand is growing faster than the grid was ever designed to handle and all these challenges. And people are talking about, the United States needing to maintain some level of competition. They may need to get into a race to the bottom or a race to the top or whatever have you. Um, so should data centers continue to be treated as, ordinary commercial developments, or should they be considered as a critical national infrastructure? And that question could be, asked in regards to AI, military capability, so it's like as AI, data centers become more of like the backbone of the economy and technological growth. Uh, you know, should the United States treat power generation and data center expansion as like a national infrastructure priority, or um, you know, should it just continue with the normal status quo?
I'll just
I
jump.
don't. Go ahead, Sally.
No, I'm just gonna jump in just because there's a there. I implore Tucker Carlson did an interview with David O'Leary, and I encourage you guys to watch it because the lack of care that these billionaires, I mean, he's from Canada, that have on the citizens of the population that is going to live in and how the consequences of these data centers is profound. I was just baffled at his lack of care for the people. They're saying, "Oh, we're going to bring all these jobs," but when pushed, yeah, what kind of jobs? How many people are you going to employ? There's no information, there's no data, there's no metrics because these data centers are not going to bring a lot of jobs to the population. And so I encourage you guys to just look at both sides of the story, form your own conclusions, do your own research. Everything that I am seeing, the environmental consequences, the health consequences, the amount of diesel fuel, because every 6 hours, like I said earlier, they go off grid and have to use diesel generators to power the grid so that it doesn't shut down the grid because they're taking off way more power than they should. So that's the only way that it's not going to go offline. But do your guys' own research. Diligent, thanks for an amazing space. Make sure you follow him, subscribe. His subscriber spaces are great. And they're, it's where we're going to go and say, hey, what could you do different? What not? Make sure you're following
That's where
Maze
you go talk
Harmony.
shit to his ass, okay?
Yeah.
Subscribe, and then you can just
Yeah,
let
if
it
you want to
all
bitch
out.
at me or talk shit, the best place is no wonder I had a subscriber revolt because I kept telling people if you want to bitch at me or complain, the best way is by subscribing. I said that for months. Oof, I'm not gonna say that one anymore. Fuck that.
But
You
just
learned
Hey,
your
real quick.
lesson.
Sally, one thing that I just got to tell you that Mr. fucking Not So Wonderful said was, you know what people can do? They can stop buying coffee every day. They can stop buying sandwiches from sandwich shops. Make your own Like, bro, nobody has time for this when you're working that many hours. Sometimes people have to it's just crazy. It's almost like you can find ways to cope. All right. That's what he gave us. His tips on coping. It's crazy.
Yo, that
Quick,
guy is completely anti-pleb.
quickly, I gotta go, you guys. JP, real quick, and then Goose, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah,
Everybody
yeah,
lock the
just
door. Don't let him out. Don't let Dilly out. Sorry, JP. Go.
Throw away the
okay.
key.
Okay, real quick, I just want to leave you guys with a thought. I was hoping to bring this up earlier, but the conversation was so passionate, I couldn't get a word in edgewise. So the next technological race, international, all the major company, the major all the major countries, is something nobody's. It's not even on anybody's radar yet, and that's why I want to put it on your radar. Right? There's a company called Xlight. Letter X, Light, right? Xlight is merging semiconductor lithography, which is currently, as most people know, is pretty much the exclusive arena of the company in the Netherlands, ASML. They've reached the end of physics, basically. Basically, the problem is the size of light. A photon of light is too big, right? So there's this new technology that the Japanese are working on it, the Koreans are working on it, of course the Chinese are working on it, but America is actually leading. And what this does in a nutshell is,
But what's it called?
combines.
If you don't know, that's fine.
particle.
This is not a good
No,
closing
I'm saying
statement, JP.
I know.
No,
he
hold
always
on. They're using particle accelerators like the Tokaman in Europe and the Lawrence Livermore. Those
Like
gigantic donuts. Like CERN doesn't. Yeah,
It
they're
is
using
okay.
particle accelerators to create a new kind of light, and they're going to use that light to etch the smaller and smaller chips. That is the next frontier, because we've gotten to the point now where Ohm's law is broken. We can no longer advance. The current generation of like Blackwell GPUs from NVIDIA, there's really nowhere else to go practically. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but
You're
the
getting into
effort and the
quantum computing
gains.
now. There's
Well,
big
no,
development
this
going on in Australia and the data centers there.
no,
in
no,
this
this has
regard.
nothing to do. I'm talking about making silicon, making chips, making
Okay.
GPUs.
Well,
and
it doesn't
CPUs.
matter. It's that you're feeding. I just don't have time. I gotta go.
Xlight, that's the company. Do your research. Xlight.
Check it out, everybody. Xlight. Thank you, JP. Thank you, Derek and Joa and Sally and Lune and everybody else on stage. Goose, go ahead, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
I'll try it out, man. I'll try it out. I enjoyed your space, dude. We talked about a lot of things. The one thing that nobody said is that AI and these data centers are going to disappear. They're not going to make money, or they're not. So the best thing I think for people to do is just kind of invest their time and invest in themselves in order to educate themselves and put themselves in a better position because of the time that we're in right now, because we are so early to this. None of this is going away. Put your guys in a winning position, because what else are you supposed to do? Beat the politicians, beat the millionaires and the billionaires, roll with the punches.
Good advice, Sam. Go ahead quickly.
Final thoughts. It's not all doom and gloom, guys. It's not all doom and gloom. There's a prosperous future ahead of us, and this is America. And if you like energy policy, give me a follow. Thanks, man. Appreciate your time.
Nice. Nice chill. Nice chill. Nice plug, Sam. Shameless plug. Make sure you're following my beautiful co-hosts. Appreciate you guys. We'll go out with some music, and I'll see you all in the subscriber space. The link is in the Jumbotron. Oh, the music's oh. Damn. Shout out to Unconfined with a K. He made this song for me. For us. Have a blessed Saturday evening, everybody. I'm going to be traveling this weekend, and I will see you next week. I'm going to be doing some on-the-ground reporting and investigations the week after next. More on that later.
Designs in the signs. They disguise what they hide. He just shows how it's shaped. Every source double check. Never roll with the fakes. In this world full of wolves, he's exposing the snakes. Document every whisper. Got the quotes and the dates. He don't chase what they post. He investigates where it stems. Paper trails never lie. Follows links to the end. Truth is power, it bends, but yet it always defends. What's verified never shakes, even lost in the trends. So when he speaks, it's a lens, not a rumor or a vibe. He cuts through the noise, pulls the proof from the lies. This is for the people trying to see through the disguise. Diligent denizen where the real can survive.